compensation for LPPM.
Also has a couple of certificates.
The world was once fine, at least before two conditions occurred in humans. We are getting smarter, and we are getting more and more proliferated. The ever-evolving human mind allows us to exploit nature and continue to create new things and activities. From making food producing plastic, mining gold and building buildings. Unfortunately, almost every activity we do produces residue, which is simply referred to as waste. This waste estuary will lead to environmental pollution. Cloudy water, dirty water, acid rain, and a ceiling filled with pollution. We keep feeling it, but we keep doing it. Doing exploitation that hurts the earth. The smarter we are, the more we throw away. There are many beauties on earth. There are also many miracles. But in the midst of this beauty, it is necessary to realize that the earth is not okay. The number of vehicles used, factory smoke that doesn't have a filter, will lead to uncontrolled air pollution. One of the causes of air pollution is acid rain. Excessive use of water on a household scale will increase the amount of wastewater. Factory production processed water, if not managed, will cause water pollution. What we need to believe is that all the processes, all of our activities will have an impact to the environment. Our role is to be very aware of protecting the earth from damage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. and welcome to the third International Conference on Environment, Sustainability Issues, and Community Development. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Shalom,
Om Swastiastu.
Namo Buddhaya.
Before we start our event, we would like to inform you that this event is run in accordance to the health protocol in related with the COVID-19 pandemic situation. On behalf of the steering committee, we would like to welcome our distinguished guests on today's event.
Sincerely, the Vice Rector of Diponegoro University, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Ambarianto MSc.
Sincerely, Dean of Faculty of Engineering Diponegoro University, Profesor Insinyur M. Agung Wibowo, MM, MSc, PhD.
Sincerely, Chairman of INCRID, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Syafruddin, CES, MT.
Whom we also respect our keynote speakers,
as well as our happy international conference participant. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, let us pray in accordance to our own belief. Praying, begin.
Pray, finish. It is very fortunate that we can gather here in this wonderful event. INCRID 2021, bringing the theme Research and Innovation in Environment towards Sustainability in Disruptive Post-Global Pandemic Situation.
We are so pleased to have all of you to be our conference participant this morning.
I am Adi Imanur Wahid.
And I am Rahmadini, will be the host of the event.
Now, we would like to read the rundown for today's event.
The first is opening.
The second is singing the Indonesia national anthem.
The third is greeting speech.
The fourth is photo session.
The fifth is keynote speaker session and question and answer session.
The sixth is break session.
The seventh is parallel session.
The eighth is awarding.
And the last is closing. Before we get into the first session, we would like you to fill the registration form that we already given in the chat room. Now, moving on to the first event. The first event, namely singing the Indonesia national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to turn on your camera, stand up, and sing the Indonesia national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Please be seated.
Now, we are going to listen to the greeting speech, which will be delivered by the chairman of INCRID 2021. Please welcome Profesor Dr. Insinyur Syafruddin, CES, MT.
Good morning for all participants. Very distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Organizing Committee of INCRID 2021, I would like welcome to the third International Conference on Environment, Sustainability, Issues, and Community Development 2021, head by Environmental Engineering Department, Faculty of Diponegoro University. I'm really glad to be with you in the conference, which provides a unique platform for professional research and academicians to share their experience and explore the possible influence of sustainable living environment in the future. Based on the second INCRID in 2020, it has been proven that there were a lot of transfer knowledge among research in providing analysis and solution to environmental and sustainability problems. Environmental problems are particularly challenging to address because the rate of the creation of polluting waste is greater than the of its treatment for management and disposal. The benefit of the environmental degradation are concentrated and immediate will be benefit for environmental protection often dispersed and a long term. Sustainable development is needed in the context of environmental protection, energy conservation, and human development as a whole. Sustainable development ensures a responsible interface with the environment to minimize the depletion or degradation of natural resources and assure long-term environmental quality. Then, in this context, multidisciplinary framework for environmental governance are needed. We would also give our appreciation to the conference organizer, reviewer, and the author, and Diponegoro University support for making the successful this event. I would like to delegate participation success for the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Syafruddin, for the speech. The second speech will be delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Diponegoro University. Please welcome Profesor Insinyur M. Agung Wibowo, MM, MSc, PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Rector Universitas Diponegoro, the Honorable Keynote Speaker, the Honorable Head of Department Environmental Engineering, the Honorable the Committee of INCRID 2021, the Honorable Participant of the INCRID 2021. It is such a good pleasure for me to be here to welcoming all of the participants in INCRID 2021. My name is Muhammad Agung Wibowo, as a Dean of Engineering Faculty, Diponegoro University. I would like to extend my warm welcome to the keynote speaker, who are Prof. Asanta Gunatilike from QT, Australia, Prof. Takanobu Ino from Japan, Prof. Sinsintung from Taiwan, Prof. Majeti Narasimha from India, Prof. Purwanto Dea from Diponegoro University, and also Mr. Suko Widikto, ST Magister Engineering. The objective of this conference is to promote all the aspects, all the factors that related and relevant to the environmental technology, science, education, and innovation to achieve the desired sustainable development goals during the pandemic situation. The third year, this conference is organized by the Department of Environmental Engineering, Diponegoro University. I would like to thank to the lecturers, researchers, professors, and also professionals who are going to share and discuss the knowledge. Finally, I do hope this conference could strengthen our collaboration and give benefit for us and also strengthen our networking. Enjoy this seminar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agung, for the speech. For the third remarks will be given by the fourth Vice Rector of Diponegoro University. Please welcome Professor Dr. Insinyur Ambarianto, MSc.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everyone. Honorable keynote speakers, Professor Majeti Narasimha Farad Prasad from University of Hyderabad, India, Professor Takanobu Inoue from Toyohashi University of Technology, Japan, Professor Asanta Gunatilike from Queensland University of Technology, Australia, Professor Sinsintung from National Taiwan University of Taiwan, Mr. Asuko Widikto, Director of Operation from PT Adikarya Persero Tbk, and Professor Dr. Engineer Purwanto DA from Diponegoro University. On behalf of Diponegoro University, it is my great honor to welcome you to the third International Conference on Environment, Sustainability Issues, and Community Development. This is actually the third time Environmental Engineering Department Faculty of Engineering Diponegoro University conducting this international event. For your information, Diponegoro, or in short, you can call us Undip, abbreviation from Universitas Diponegoro, is a prominent university located in Semarang, the capital of Central Java. Undip has a strong tradition to carry out education and research as well as community services. The university has 11 faculties and 2 schools, including Faculty of Engineering. And we are also organizing diploma, undergraduate, master, and doctoral programs, as well as specialist and profession. Ladies and gentlemen, The topic of this conference this year is research and innovation in environmental towards sustainability post-pandemic situation. This topic is very important since COVID-19 pandemic has been hitting us very hard, affecting almost everyone in the world, not only in health-related issues, but also economic, social, politics, and so on and so forth. And during this situation, it is understandable that environmental issues has been neglected since every country try hard to overcome and to minimize casualties due to COVID-19. Therefore, this conference became very unique since it is focusing on environmental research and innovation towards sustainability during new normal post-pandemic era. That is why the objective of this conference is to create forum to share and exchange ideas, thoughts, and discussion on all environmental aspects related to sustainability post-pandemic era. We are very much support this prestigious conference in which approximately 100 papers from 10 countries will be presented, and I hope this conference will be an excellent platform to strengthen our concern and effort regarding environmental sustainability post-pandemic era. I also hope that this conference will present a memorable learning experience to all contributors and participants. It is expected that papers presented in this conference will be published and documented for our reference and encourage further research in related areas. Finally, with the permission of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala and all of you, the third international conference on environmental sustainability issues and community development is officially open. Thank you very much. Have a productive and fruitful conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Diponegoro University has been moving ahead to be the best university in Indonesia by providing 13 faculties of undergraduate and postgraduate. Diponegoro University has graduated 300,000 qualified alumnus. Diponegoro University also establishes vocational schools to generate a ready-to-work alumnus. Holding the fighting values of Pangaran Diponegoro, such as honest, brave, fair, and attentive, Diponegoro University keeps producing excellent alumnus nationally and internationally, while also contributing in the development of knowledge, technology, art, culture, and exercise.
Diponegoro University now is a rising star. We have planned to become one of university in 500 world university rank. We have been continuously improving the supporting aspect such as regulation, facilities, financial system, bureaucracy management, information system, as well as quality of human resources, quality escalation of three Dharma perguruan tinggi is the primary target of Undip by stimulating the downstream of research outcomes that can be beneficially implemented for the society. We also keen to improve the quantity of national and international academic publication, as well as the number of doctorates and professors in Diponegoro University.
Now, Diponegoro University has been improving in two important aspects of achievement: institutionally and student achievement. Diponegoro University has become a world-class university by being ranked 5th amongst almost 5,000 universities in Indonesia. Meanwhile, the students' achievement in both national and international scales of prestigious events are increasing. The vision to be an eminent research university is supported by the continued increase of research funding. The total research and civil service funding in 2018 is 123.7 billion rupiah. It consists of PMBP, the National Competition Research Funding, and Collaboration Research Funding. The intellectual property right becomes the indicator of significantly improved research. The patent consists of simple patent, patent, international patent, software, and invention legal letter. To support the academic process, Diponegoro University has been improving the student facilities. Thus, the students will not only get the knowledge, but also the actualization space. As for the academic service, Diponegoro University has built a central computerized system that includes the service for the online study plan and online registration.
Iklim kompetisi di Undip yang sportif dan konstruktif memacu saya untuk terus berprestasi dalam akademik maupun non-akademik.
Didukung dengan fasilitas umum dan keakademikan yang lengkap.
Sehingga membawa Undip masuk 10 besar universitas terbaik di Indonesia.
Undip berada di daerah beragam budaya yang harmonis.
Yang pastinya Undip lebih baik.
Undip lebih baik. Bagaimanapun, Undip pasti lebih baik.
Untuk menjawab berbagai tantangan isu lingkungan baik itu global maupun nasional, pada tahun 1998 Teknik Lingkungan Universitas Diponegoro ini didirikan. Sampai sekarang, lebih dari 1.000 alumni yang dihasilkan menjadi sarjana teknik lingkungan profesional. Saat ini, Teknik Lingkungan Universitas Diponegoro telah terakreditasi A dan telah terakreditasi internasional IAB. Dengan capaian tersebut, kami selalu bertekad untuk menghasilkan lulusan sarjana teknik lingkungan yang profesional dan mampu berkecimpung di berbagai bidang untuk menjawab masalah-masalah lingkungan sebagai solusi untuk masa depan.
Hal yang perlu saya tandaskan di dalam pengembangan Departemen Teknik Lingkungan, orientasi terhadap lapangan itu sekarang tuntutannya harus dilengkapi dengan inovasi. Nah, oleh karena itu, tanggung jawab pengembangan inovasi di dalam konteks pengelolaan lingkungan bukan hanya tanggung jawab dari Departemen, dalam hal ini dosen dan teknik tenaga kependidikan, namun juga tanggung jawab bersama para mahasiswa dan alumni, sehingga diharapkan alumni dan mahasiswa memberikan kontribusi yang utuh terhadap pengembangan daripada Departemen Teknik Lingkungan ini, sehingga ke depan bisa mengisi semua aspek di dalam yang berkaitan dengan pengelolaan lingkungan, sehingga lini-lini pekerjaan yang mampu bisa memberikan kontribusi terhadap pengembangan keilmuan teknik lingkungan bisa kita raih.
Program Magister Teknik Lingkungan Universitas Diponegoro menyelenggarakan program pendidikan untuk menyiapkan tenaga ahli teknik lingkungan yang siap berkontribusi nyata dalam praktek di bidang teknologi pengendalian pencemaran lingkungan dan infrastruktur lingkungan seperti air minum, pengolahan air limbah, kualitas udara, dan remediasi lokasi yang terkontaminasi serta pemulihan sumber daya. Program ini juga menyiapkan lulusan yang memiliki latar belakang yang kuat di bidang teknik lingkungan melalui kurikulum dan metode pembelajaran yang memungkinkan mahasiswa bekerja dan belajar serta berdampingan dengan para tenaga pengajar dan para peneliti yang akan membimbing dan mengawasi penelitian mereka. Program ini juga memberikan kesempatan kepada para mahasiswa untuk berkembang secara individu melalui program interaksi dengan masyarakat profesional, kegiatan seminar, dan forum ilmiah.
Saat ini teknik lingkungan sudah terakreditasi A dan sudah terakreditasi internasional IAB. Karena itu teknik lingkungan selalu bertekad untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang profesional dan mampu berkecimpung di dalam berbagai hal untuk mengatasi berbagai isu lingkungan yang ada dan menjadi solusi untuk masa depan.
Mr. Ambarianto for the speech. What we showed before was the company profile of Diponegoro University and Environmental Engineering Department, so you can know better and closer with us. Now, moving on to the next session. The third session is a photo session. For all participants, please turn on your camera. We will capture this moment, so please give us your best smile today. So, for participants, please turn on your camera so we can capture this moment and make it a good memory. Please give us your best smile for today. Okay, here we go. We will start counting from 1 until 3. We will start counting from 1, 2, and 3. Please say cheers.
Okay, I think the photo is already taken. Thank you very much. Now the participant can turn off the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived into the first material session, where in this session, there will be 3 keynote speakers from 3 different countries around the world.
The first one is Professor Ashanta Gunitileke from Australia.
The second is Professor Takanobu Inoue from Japan.
And the third is Professor Sin Sin Tung from Taiwan.
This session will be guided by our moderator, Mr. Dr. Ika Bagus Priyambada, STM Engineering. But before that, we would like to read the moderator's CV.
Our moderator for this session is Dr. Ling Ika Bagus Priyambada, STM and Science. Currently is a teaching staff in Environmental Engineering Department Diponegoro University, Semarang, and also a researcher in PPLH LPPM Diponegoro University. Mr. Ika Bagus Priyambada finished his bachelor degree in civil engineering in Diponegoro University in 1994, and his master degree in majoring in environmental engineering in Griffith University in Australia in 1997, and also his doctoral degree majoring in environmental science in Diponegoro University in 2021.
Mr. Ika Bagus Priyambada also has a couple of certificates related with the environmental engineering. Among them are the certificate for AMDAL document preparation as the team leader since 2012, and also the expertise certificate as environmental engineer in 2018.
Okay, without further ado, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Ika Bagus Priyambada.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we are about to begin, please be seated and be comfortable. We kindly ask for your attention since we have some notes to make before we begin. The first keynote speaker sessions. Please kindly mute your microphone and on camera when keynote speaker session to ensure that this event runs smoothly. Thank you for your kind attention and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to first keynote speaker session of the third International Conference of Environment, Sustainability Issues and Community Development, INCRID 2021. My name is Ika Bagus Priyambada. As moderator for this first keynote speaker session, we will deliver more detail. First, opening keynote session by moderator, and second, oral presentation from each keynote speaker led by moderator. Third, discussion after keynote speaker 1, 2, 3 presenting. And fourth, giving a certificate to the keynote speaker. The session will be continued by the presentation from the keynote speaker. Oral presentation from each keynote speaker conduct for 30 minutes of presentation and 30 minutes for question and answer. Question and answers can be delivered directly by clicking the raise hand button or indirectly through the meeting chat. Ladies and gentlemen, continue to the next schedule. We would like to invite Professor Asanta Gunitilike from Faculty of Engineering, School of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Queensland University of Technology, Australia, as our first keynote speaker today, bringing the topic of green infrastructure, stormwater pollution, and treatment. Please welcome Professor Gunitilike. The time is yours.
Greetings from Queensland University of Technology in Australia. Firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the conference organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk about a topic that I'm very passionate about. That's about green infrastructure. And let me share this my presentation with you now. So my topic is green infrastructure, stormwater pollution and treatment, the Australian practice. So green infrastructure is becoming increasingly common in Australia. So firstly, I'll start with a definition of what is green infrastructure. And my definition is, firstly, I'll compare green infrastructure with gray infrastructure. So the gray color comes from the color of cement, the color of concrete, and that's what we use when you think of a common stormwater infrastructure. Is the gutters, the pipes, and it's made out of concrete. So that's your gray infrastructure, and green infrastructure refers to the range of measures that use natural systems to treat, store, infiltrate, and evapotranspirate stormwater. And for that purpose, we can use plant and soil systems, permeable pavements, or even harvesting and reuse, modifying the landscape to store, infiltrate into the groundwater or evapotranspirate stormwater. So as you can see, it's an extremely wide range of measures that come under this umbrella of green infrastructure. So what are the benefits of green infrastructure? It's the green infrastructure essentially brings together incorporates the natural environment and engineering systems. So it's really bringing the natural and the engineering systems together to clean water, to purify water, to conserve ecosystems, and to provide a wide array of benefits to the community and to nature. And the other benefit is green infrastructure solutions can be applied at different scales, from household level to buildings and to the broader landscape level. And the example that I will show, it can benefit the economy, enhance community well-being, and also provide recreational areas for the community and a range of other benefits. Now, the key driver for green infrastructure is the increasing population, the increasing world population, and also the increasing level of urbanization. The world is becoming more and more urban, as I will illustrate with this chart. So what I have here is from 1950 and projected towards 2050. This data comes from the United Nations, the world population trend, and this blue line is the total world population. So in 1950, the population was little over 2 billion, as you can see. And in 2050, it's predicted to hit around 10 billion. That's a lot of people. And the percentage urbanization, if you look at it, in 1950, it was around, going on to this axis, it's about 30%. And in 2050, it's predicted to hit over 66%. So what you have is an increase in population and an increase in the urban population. So 30% of 2 billion and 65% of 10 billion. So you can imagine how much the urban population is increasing and is going to increase into the future. So as people move, relocate from rural areas into urban areas, there's going to be a greater demand for houses, more infrastructure, roads, etc. So what essentially happens is the previous rural areas will get converted to urban areas. So if you take a rural area, when it rains, because there are no hard surfaces, a lot of your rainfall will infiltrate into the ground and into the groundwater. Whereas in an urban area, you've got a lot of impervious areas, buildings, roads, etc. And when rain falls on that, it cannot infiltrate. It runs over the surface into the stormwater gutters and then into the rivers. And this causes the problems, and that's what green infrastructure focuses on. Let me illustrate that concept with this very simple chart. So what the green line shows a typical stormwater hydrograph for an urban area, and the red shows the hydrograph for a urban area. So you can see, comparing the two, urban area will have, for the same rainfall, it will have a much higher peak flow, and also the hydrograph ends around here, whereas in a rural area it goes on for quite a long period of time. So in other words, you have got a higher peak over a shorter duration of time, which means you're going to have not only a higher peak, but also you're going to have higher velocities because it runs over a shorter period of time. And also the amount of runoff increases because there is less infiltration into the ground. And that's where the problems start. And that's where the need for green infrastructure arises. So broadly, the impacts of urbanization are, it changes the hydrologic regime of catchments, as I illustrated in that sketch previously. So as increased peaks, increased velocity, higher volumes. So that means that's going to lead to quantity impacts. And then also, because there's increase in population, there's going to be various pollutants that is going to get deposited on ground surfaces. There'll be more traffic, and then cars burning fossil fuels, combustion, etc. And then as combustion takes place, there's a lot of pollutants being generated. So we have got additional pollutants getting deposited on ground surfaces. And when it rains, the stormwater runoff is going to pick up these pollutants and initially convey it into the stormwater gutters, and then into the nearby creek, and then into the river, and eventually into the ocean. So that's the receiving water environment: the creek, the river, the ocean. So expanding on that a little bit, so the main water quantity impacts are, you're going to have, because there's more impervious area, less infiltration of rainfall into the ground or runoff into the ground, you're going to have a larger portion of your stream flow is delivered by stormwater runoff rather than base flow. And that's going to be, because there's more stormwater, you're going to have increased flooding and also flash flooding. I think that's something we see very common in most cities, in practically every city. If there's a heavy rainfall, there'll always be that instantaneous flooding. And that is become, as we get more and more urbanized, that's going to become more and more common. And then you have, as I said before, you've got pollutants accumulating on ground surfaces, which are transported by runoff during storm events. And because there's increased velocities, increased stormwater runoff volume, that means we are going to have more pollutants getting washed off. And the main water quality impacts are essentially, so the rainfall will wash out pollutants on land surfaces, and you get a range of pollutants that are deposited. And the common pollutants are solids, organic matter, etc., nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, and various microbial matter. And then these solids, these particulate solids, also act as a main transport agent for various other stormwater pollutants, such as heavy metals and petroleum hydrocarbons. This comes from fossil fuels and mainly polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. Now, these are quite toxic. These can be quite toxic. It can be detrimental to human health. These can cause cancer, various types of cancers. It can affect your liver, and various other parts of the human body. And in addition to these pollutants, there's another group of pollutants, what's referred to as emerging contaminants. When you talk about emerging contaminants, it does not mean that these contaminants just came into being. No, these contaminants were already always there, but it's only of recent times that we have come to realize that these are contaminants and these are bad for the environment, bad for human health. And these contaminants generally are things like microplastics, as you can see in this image, pesticides. So you can see this farmer spraying. Now, pesticides generally tend to get used in rural areas. But what happens is, and that's what our research has shown, though these are used in rural areas, due to wind and water flow, these tend to come into urban areas with time. And then various pharmaceuticals that we take, some of it end up in our waterways. So as you can see, the various pills and the tablets we take, and personal care products. Again, these are beginning to be realized that these are contaminants. So you might well wonder, okay, these are, so why should we worry about these? The main argument here is, so why should we worry about stormwater pollution? What's the context? The context is, now of all the water that's available on this planet, there's a lot of water. Of all the water that's available on this planet, only 0.5 to 1% is actually suitable for human consumption. Rest of the water is in the oceans or in the glaciers. And of that 0.5 to 1%, 60 to 70% is actually used for agriculture. What we use for drinking, etc., is very, very little. 60 to 70% is used, of the global average is 60 to 70%. In Australia, it's about 60%. I'm not too sure of Indonesia. Now, if you take a country like Pakistan, which is a very dry country, they use 90% of their fresh water for agriculture. So 60 to 70% is used for agriculture. And a lot of the cities around the world are already water stressed. They are running out of water. And according to the United Nations World Water Development Report, which was released in 2015, just 6 years ago, they have predicted by 2050, another 29, 30 years time, the world has to produce 60% more food globally and 100% more food in developing countries. That's because of the increase in world population, and 100% more in developing countries is just because most of the population growth now is in the developing countries. And that is going to lead to increasing competition for water. Now, we are already using 70% of our 60 to 70% for agriculture. How can we produce this, double our food production in another 30 years time? Which means we need to look for alternative water resources, which is stormwater. In other words, we need to seriously think about harvesting and reusing stormwater. And if you want to do that, we need to worry about stormwater pollution. So in that context, green infrastructure is about managing rainfall where it falls. If you look at the typical stormwater system that you have in your city, what we try to do is we try to capture the rain that falls on the roads and then take it through gutters and pipes and take it away as fast as possible. But green infrastructure is about managing the rain where it falls. In other words, not making it somebody else's problem, and using a range of systems like vegetation, detaining stormwater, infiltrating, essentially using passive systems. In other words, you are not bringing in external energy. You are using nature to do that job for you. It's about reducing peak flow. Remember, I said this is the hydrographs that we get in an urban area. We are reducing the peak flow. In other words, we are squashing the peak down so that it gets this shape, and reducing the frequency of flooding and trying to retain the pollutants. So this would enable us to manage urban water as a resource and that it can be reused, rather than considering it as a nuisance to be taken out of the area as fast as possible. So those are the fundamental concepts of green infrastructure. So let me talk about a few initiatives that are commonly applied in Australia. Firstly, rainwater tanks. So it's very common in rural, it has always been very common in rural areas, but it's becoming increasingly common in urban areas. And in some parts of Australia, if you are building a house, it is compulsory. You have to have a rainwater tank. And this water is used inside and outside the home, which means there's going to be less demand on your municipal system. A second approach is what's referred to as managed aquifer recharge. So groundwater recharge or managed aquifer recharge, MAR. So these are two approaches. So here what you have is a confined aquifer. So in other words, you've got your groundwater table underlying a low permeability confining layer. So what you do is you capture the stormwater runoff, and you pump it under pressure into the groundwater aquifer. So your groundwater aquifer acts as your storage basin. And when you want the groundwater, you can pump it out. So in other words, you can use your groundwater in larger volumes, more widely. And this is in the case of an unconfined aquifer, where you capture the water and have it in detention basins, and then allow it to infiltrate into the groundwater. So in other words, by increasing the groundwater storage, there's more groundwater available for subsequent use. And the third approach is what we refer to as multiple use areas. So here what you see is a park, a pleasant environment. And what happens when it rains? It becomes a detention basin. So what you do is you use this park to store your flood water so that it does not cause any problems downstream. So this is the same area. So this same park is now converted to a flood detention basin. So in terms of stormwater quantities, those are some of the approaches we adopt. And in terms of stormwater pollution, so if you're going to reuse our stormwater, we need to worry about the pollution, as I mentioned previously. So it's receiving increasing attention, and the approach that is adopted is referred to as water-sensitive urban design, which is very common, and is now a legal requirement that if a developer wants to convert a rural area into housing development, urbanize an area, that person has to ensure that the water quality is no worse than previously. In other words, the post-development water quality has to be no worse than pre-development. So you have to have measures in place to treat the stormwater to ensure that you are having the same quality of water. And so the treatment processes can be categorized as physical, chemical, and biological. So physically, settling, filtration, volatilization. Physical, chemical is absorption, flocculation, precipitation, and biological processes, essentially plant and algae uptake, microbial degradation, etc. Now, something I need to make clear is, I first said WSUDs, or water-sensitive urban design, is where you use natural systems to treat your water. You're not using external energy. And also all these processes, again, you are using nature. You are using natural systems. There is no chemical usage. So essentially you are using nature to solve your problem. So the common measures that are used are gross pollutant traps, sedimentation basins, grass swales, bioretention systems, constructed wetlands, and various infiltration measures. And so these are some of these images of these systems, and let me go into more detail. So these are the gross pollutant traps. So you can see it's a very simple arrangement. You just fix a bar screen at the side of a culvert, and you can see the amount of pollutants, the rubbish, the garbage it has collected. Otherwise, so if it did not get detained here, it would have ended up in your river. And here, this is a release net. Again, you tie a net to the end of a culvert. So water flows in, carrying rubbish, and then this net will capture all that. And then once in a while, somebody has to remove this net and tie a new one. This is clever hydraulics. So you have water coming in this way, as the arrow shows. And because of the travel path, it creates a vortex, and the rubbish will drop out, and you have relatively clean water going out. Here, this is a combination of this, a bar screen, as well as a sedimentation basin. So water flows in this way, and because the velocity reduces, the pollutants drop out, and also the bar screen is there to trap floating debris. And you can see even a tree log has come washing down. Now, this is a floating boom. Again, it traps any floating rubbish flowing down the creek. So this is a sedimentation pond. So here you can see this is at one level. Here, this is a cascading system. So here what happens is water comes. So water is flowing, storm water is flowing at a certain velocity, and then it comes into this pond, and the velocity drops to zero. And when the velocity drops to zero, if there's any suspended material, because the velocity is zero, the carrying capacity of the water is none, and any suspended solids, any pollutants, garbage will drop to the bottom. And this is a grass swale. Here what you have is, so this is the common curb and channel that you see in any city. I'm sure you have this all over Semarang. So, and then what happens is stormwater comes in, is collected by this grate, and then goes through pipes. Here, the difference here is, here there's a better image of it. You have the rain that falls on the road will travel laterally onto this grassed area. So again, because of the grassed area, the velocity reduces. That gives more opportunity the water to infiltrate into the ground, into the soil, and also any extra water, stormwater runoff will get collected in this rain and go into this grating. Now, this is not a common drain. And if you take a cross section, this is what it looks like. So your stormwater is draining this way, and then you have got a soil filter. So any water coming down this way will get further filtered, and then it gets into this perforated pipe to be taken out, reused, whatever. So that's a bioretention swale. And this is a bioretention basin. So you've got your inflow water coming in, and then you've got your soil filter. So these plants are not really there to treat the water. It's really the root system is there to ensure that your soil filter is porous. So as the water filters through, the soil filter will remove pollutants, suspended pollutants, as well as some dissolved pollutants through absorption. Remember those physical and chemical processes and biological process. So all those processes happen here, and then water will be collected by this perforated pipe, and then out it goes. And if there's overflow, there's an overflow pit. So that's in cross section, and this is what it looks like in real life. So you can see it's a nice grassed area. Children can play here when it's not raining. And another Now, of course, as you can see, this requires a little bit of land. So if land is not available, then you could be going in for this type of thing. So it's a bioretention basin, but in a much, much smaller scale. So you can see little street corner, a little area here. So again, it's planted with vegetation. It has a soil filter. So the plants will help to remove pollutants. The plants will help to remove some of the water. And you can again ensure those same treatment processes happening. And also, as you can see, aesthetically, it gives a nice appearance to the area without just having gray infrastructure, concrete and pipes, etc. Another common arrangement is constructed wetlands. So here what you have is you've got stormwater flowing in. So there is a detention basin so that removes some of the storm pollutants. Again, remember I showed you a storm sedimentation basin. Remove some of the pollutants and then the stormwater flows this way. And you can see this profile of varying depths is there for a purpose. Because different depths, you have got different types of plants. Because these different types of plants have the ability to remove different types of pollutants. So you've got emergent vegetation here, which is coming out of the water surface, and you've got submerged vegetation. So you can remove a range of pollutants in the storm water. And this is what it looks like in, this is what a wetland would look like in real life. So you can see it's aesthetically pleasing. It improves the appearance of a residential area and so forth. So this is the community well-being that I was talking about, the community providing those additional benefits to the community. In other words, you are making this area more pleasant. And a pervious pavement or porous pavement. So you can see these concrete blocks. These are load-bearing blocks, and you have got these crevices. So these are openings. So when it rains, when stormwater runs off, it gets the opportunity to go through these crevices and infiltrate into the ground. And as you can see, so this is a car park where this has been done. So this is allowing stormwater to infiltrate into the ground. And if you want to, you could have those perforated pipes to collect the stormwater, or it can go into the groundwater. And this is another very simple arrangement. Tree pits. So you can see it creates a very pleasant environment, but also these pits where these trees are planted serves a very important purpose. So this is not a case of just digging a hole in the ground and planting a tree. These pits have to be designed. So these act as soil filters. So any stormwater getting in, again, so that's the size of the pit. Any stormwater getting in would get, the pollutants would get filtered out, and then you get clean water percolating into the groundwater. So these are some of the common green infrastructure measures that are commonly adopted in Australia. So the benefits of water-sensitive urban design is it gives you greater flexibility compared to conventional drainage systems. Because if you think of doing stormwater gutters and pipes, you cannot change things around. Whereas these things you can, because these are not big structures, you can change things around if the area changes. And the systems are much, much easier to renew. I mean, once you lay concrete stormwater gutters and pipes, can you change it easily? No, it's quite difficult. So this has, you can change it quite easily. And you can have a lot of diversity within the system. So I showed you those range of systems. So you can have all those systems in an area, depending on what your needs are, and is the character of the land going to change. And because it's not centralized and dispersed, it gives you that flexibility. So that's the end of my presentation. I hope I was able to convey. I said this is something very passionate to me. I hope I was able to convey the same passion to you all. And I hope you all appreciate how green infrastructure can really contribute to the water crisis that we are going to face in the not too distant future. So that's the end of my presentation. So I hope you have a good conference and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
To Professor Junity Like for the presentation. And now we come to our second keynote speaker today, who is Professor Takanobu Inoue from Department of Architecture and Civil Engineering, Toyohashi University of Technology, Japan, who will bring the topic environmental science, technology, and education. So, to Professor Takanobu Inoue, the time is yours.
Okay, I start to the presentations. Thank you very much to the introduce. And the thanks to the conference committee to the opportunity to the my presentations. And I used to the PowerPoint file and the explanations. Okay, it's today title is heavy metal pollution. I introduced these titles, and my laboratory have 5 students from Indonesia. Is got the doctor, and this doctor this theme is mercury and zinc, the heavy metal and the nutrients. And yesterday, Pelletry is got the doctor. It's decided. And today, I introduced the 3 doctor research themes, topics about mercury and the zinc. And this is the content of the my presentation. And the first introduction and the environmental quality standard and in Japan. And the first Japan have had 4 pollutions, big pollution related to health crisis. And one is Yokkaichi asthma is atmospheric pollution, but another 3 Niigata Minamata disease and the Minamata disease and the Itaita disease is water pollutions. And before to the these 4 pollution, the first pollution in Japan is Ashu copper mining areas. Its pollution is water is including the high concentration of the copper, and the atmospheric pollution in the sulfate acid. So now is several recovered, but not tall trees, and because the soil is a high concentration of sulfur, and in this valley is now did not covered, and its recovery is very budget and the long times if the once to the polluted. And the 4 pollution is one is Itaita disease is calcium pollution, cadmium pollutions. And in Japan, to the ita is in English the ochi is it's this pollution to the is easily broken to the bone. So and the patient cry to the ita. And it's Jinzu rivers and from the mining areas, Kamioka mine. And this is a break to the, about the 1950s. And in this time, to the wastewater places change to the Jinzu rivers tributaries. So and it's Jinzu rivers watershed is polluted. And in this case, to the in this case, to the cadmium pollution in the soils, and this is the iterated disease over woman over 50 years age. It's almost same. So epidemiological evidence. So as a cause of this iterated disease is cadmium is clearly, and the government recognize, and now is recoveries. And the next is mercury pollution is two places. One is Minamata areas. It's waste from the Chiso companies to the, these areas, bay areas, and in the fish, from the fish is accumulation to the mercury. And this accumulated fish, mercury accumulated fish is eating to the, these regional peoples and the Minamata disease. And the other place to the Niigata Minamata disease, and it's from the upper side have Showa Denko industry factories. This wastewater, including the high concentration of mercury. And this is using to the this downstream areas, paddy field, this river waters. So these areas rise the high concentration of mercury, and these areas eat to the this rise. So and several these regional areas people's Minamata diseases. And it's for pollution before occurred in Japan. And this toxic pollution is after to the, this occurred to the, this pollution recovery and the several politic and the counter measures in Japan. So now several methods for the treatment or recoveries. So, and the overall, the water quality in Japan has been much improved. And currently, the main goal of protecting the water quality are not only for human health, but also for preserving the ecosystem. It's particularly in developed countries. Enhanced regulation according to the goal refers to the protecting human health or the living environment. Next stage is for protecting the environment. In the EU, USA, and Australia or Japan, it is a developed country, I think. And in developing country, now is human health is still the first priority. But in Indonesia, after 10 or 20 years, maybe the next stage is the same to the protecting to the human health, to the protecting the environment. And the next stage is the same to the next stage is the protecting to the human health, to the human health, to the protecting the environment. And the next stage is the protecting to the human health, to the protecting the environment. And the next stage is the protecting to the human health, to the protecting the environment. And it's Japan environmental quality standard is several separating, and the one is environmental water quality standard for protecting human health. It starts in the 1970s, and it's including the mercury, and it's directly affect human health, and it's not including the zinc. But the environmental water quality standard for protecting the living environment, it's indirectly affect human health. But necessary conservation to the health is necessary. So, and the zinc is one is a standard. So today is introduced in the mercury and the zinc case. The next is for the general information of the mercuries. The one topic is mercury is now is a recommendation to the consumption of the fish. In Japan case, for pregnant woman, one dolphin is a recommendation to the 1 meal per 2 months. And the several whale and the dolphin and the tuna, including tuna, is its case to the 1 meal per week, and it's a 2 meal per week is a recommendations. This is a Japan case, and the USA case is Japan case is 80 gram. 1 meal is 80 gram. In USA case is 1 meal, 1 serving is 100, about 1.5 times from in Japan. And it's eat 2 or 3 serving a week is a best choice, and the good choice is 1 serving a week. And the choice to avoid is including several tailfish or tuna. As a tuna can is maybe is 1 serving a week. So, and in the mercury is not locally polluted. Now is world widely polluted. And the human is get the benefit from environment. And the fish is one this benefit to eat the fish, natural fish, environment fish is eat to is a very good benefit for humans, but it's limited to the eat because to the it's the fish several fish is accumulate mercury, and the mercury is emission in the local place, but it's worldwide polluted, and lastly to the accumulate to the ocean, and in the food chains, and this mercury accumulation to the big fish or sea animals. So necessary to this situation is a stop, and the recovery is necessary, but once enter to in the ecosystem to the heavy metal, it's cycling. Decrease is very difficult. So now is mercury is more necessary to the decrease to the environment. And the next is zinc case. I explained the zinc case. Zinc is for human life, and it's ecosystem, and it's 24 most abundance elements. And it's a plus for human and or plants or animals. Fourth common metal in use, and it's necessary to in the human activities, or leaf is including necessary to the zinc. However, this zinc concentration is high case is toxicity. So in the expose of the concentrations, and the low case is not good, and the high case is not good. It's this range is protection is necessary, but now is manufacturing product is and including using to the zinc, and several zinc is waste. So and this toxic is possibility. So and necessary to the regulations. And its regulation is in worldwide regulation. In Japan case is 0.03 milligram per liter, and the EU is different to the in the hardness, because hardness is a high case is zinc zinc compound, and the toxicity is zinc 2+ zinc ion is a toxic. So it's a not zinc plus is decreased. So and its case hardness high case is large, and its low case is severe regulations. And the UK and the France, the USA or another is decided. And the Indonesia is 1, 2, 3 is class 1, 2, 3 is 0.05, and 4 is 2 milligram per liters. And the zinc is enter using the several places. And the metal zinc is this metal, and the zinc and another metal compound is using. And the several places using generally using. And the one is a compound including the tires. And the tire is from the road to the tire dust is including the high concentration of zinc, and it's a waste to the river and through to the rivers. And it's several place to the waste to the zinc, and the very difficulty to the its control. So as to the I explained to the mercury pollution, artisanal small scale gold mining in Indonesia, and the zinc pollution in a river located in architecture Japan is topics is I explained. Several places. I went to the several places in the gold mining, small scale gold mining area, and get the waste river water and lake water, and the fish or several measurement mercury concentrations from the Aceh. And I went to the in the Papua, but the Papua cannot permission to survey. This place is under the Freeport, so Freeport cannot permission to me, so cannot get the sample and return back. And another place is can get the several sampling. And today is introduced to the fish mercury concentration in fish. And it's several places using to the mercury. It's one method to the from the river sand is pump up and the accumulation to the this place, and it's pitching to the mercuries, and get the amalgam, and after to the amalgam is burning, and get the pure gold. And in this case, to the mercury is emission to the air. In the several places, it's Kalimantan Islands to the in central Kalimantan, Kahayan River and Lungan River case to the in the jet to the fish and the measure to the fish mercury concentration in fish. And the several, this is a catfish, baby catfish is a high concentration, and another place to the Jura is a high concentration of the mercuries. And it's using to the compared to the regulations. One is expensive mercury to human head is a hazard index, different dose for mercury. And this case is using the methyl mercury, but in the mercury in the freshwater fish is almost is methyl mercury. And methyl mercury measurement is very difficulty. So we measured only the total mercuries. And however, to the almost total mercury in fish is methyl mercury. And using to the methyl mercury, and the HI index is larger than 1.0 is the toxicity, and to occur in individual who consume the fish. And in this case, 2 is larger than HY is 1. So in this, it's tributaries of the Kahan rivers, and these rivers fish is avoid the eating is I think better. And several local rivers, but it's this near this rivers village is eating to this fish. And this compared to the Japanese recommendation in the intake, this case is 1 serving per day is no problem, and it's 1 serving per week, and this is consideration is 1 serving per 2 weeks, and its case is 1 serving per month. So it's necessary to avoid the this river's fish, and but several fish is no problem. But the big fish and the living in the bottom area is can accumulate more mercuries, and the catfish is living in the bottom areas, and so this and the big size, and it's more accumulated the mercury, so necessary to avoid. It's a fish case, and the next is another place to the central Sulawesi, Paricities, and it's a survey before to the earthquake, and several times I went to this place, and the Poboya area is more high activity of the small scale gold mining area. And from Poboya area to in the Paricities, several places such as in the soil concentration of mercury and the plant concentration of mercuries. And in the this is a plant case to the several places the same plant building. And this Poboya area high activity area is a high concentration of the mercury, and it's a decrease to the in the distance. And maybe the about only the 4 kilometer is safe. So the Paricity is no problem, but near the Poboya area is polluted in the mercuries and soil and the plants. And the next is take to the weekly food intake to the questions based to the living peoples and the Palucity and the Poboya areas. And the eating to the times is almost same in the Palucity and the Poboya area is the same. Rice is every times and the another eating. However, to the mercury concentration is different, and the Palucity citizen buy the food in market, and the Poboya area is also get to the market, but the banana is from the gardens so and the this vegetations is including a high concentration of the mercuries. So as a result, in the Palucity and the Poboya regions, citizen intake to the mercury is different, and the Poboya area is many mercury is intake, and it's from the food and the vegetables. Its vegetable is not by a market, and in the this area in garden and get the these vegetables and in banana. It's a high concentration. So and in the more limitation area, but it's necessary carefully for eating to these areas vegetables. And it's a local polluted case, and it's directly affect to the human health. And the next is the zinc inclusion in a river, and it's next stage for environment. And it's target is the Aizumame River in the Aichi areas, these areas, Aichi areas, and the Nagoya and the Toyohashi, between the Nagoya and Toyohashi, and its watershed almost to the Toyota City, and the Toyota City have many factory of Toyota Motor Corporations. And this research is a cooperation to the Toyota Motor Corporations. And it's nice, not open, but the only presentation is okay. And it's a place to the several place to the survey. And it's land use, and the many places is urban area, and including the factory areas, and some place to the agriculture areas. And in Japan, regulation is 0.03 milligram per liter, and it's several places is exceed to these regulations. And it's separate to the irrigation period and the non-irrigation period. And the irrigation period is irrigation water come from the other watershed. So and the river discharge is high for irrigation water, and its concentration is some low, and but the non-irrigation areas not come from the other watershed to the waters. So almost is the wastewater from the industrial factories. So and the tributary case, 0.03 is a regulation more than 10 times, and the two place is a high concentration. It's almost this water is from the wastewater from the factories. And these factories, wastewater regulation is 2 milligram per liter. So it's less than 2 milligram per liter. So its wastewater waste is no problem. However, it's a main source of the discharge. So exceed to the water environmental regulation. And from the downstream, it's increasing, and the irrigation period and non-irrigation period is a difference. And it's material flows. It's from the upstream to downstream. It's including to the these areas is including to the many waste from the industrial area. And about the irrigation period is 62% is the industrial area, and the non-irrigation period is 85% is from the irrigation industry waters. And the one evidence to the from the industry, I take the weekday and the weekend 24 times surveys. And the weekend is a stop to the factories waste water. So its concentration is low. However, weekday is a high concentrations. And its average of the road is high, and the weekend is low. So about 57% is a point source, and maybe the from the wastewater for industry factory. And it's a flow analysis to the from the upstream to downstream to the discharge and the mercuries to the compared to the weekdays and the weekends. And the weekday is high concentrations, high load. And it's finished my presentation to the concluding remark. So in Japan, water pollution is for directly human health is effect to the human health is finished. But Indonesia or another developing country continue to the effect to the human health. And I introduced the mercury pollution from the small scale gold mining in Indonesia and the in Japan case to the zinc pollutions. So thank you very much to this attend to my presentations.
Thank you very much to Professor Inoue for the presentation. And now we come to a third keynote speaker for today, which is Professor Xin Tung from Institute of Environmental Engineering, National Taiwan University, Taiwan. Professor Xin Tung will bringing a topic of drinking water quality in the distribution system. Please welcome Professor Xin Tung. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. And I also like to thank for the committees to invite me here. Actually, it is my great honor to be here and share some of my views in water treatment and also the water quality in distribution system. Can everyone hear me correctly? Okay, good. And I'd like to share my screen. Now, the thing is, I like to talk about is the water quality in distribution or premise plumbing, because we want to supply a good and safety water to the people. And the thing is, when I'm looking at the water safety issues, there are many interesting things. in our whole water treatment systems. We want to keep the water safe and safe and nice, and we want to starting from the catchment or the watershed. We want to protect the watershed, and we also need to protect the reservoirs, and we also need to keep the reservoir as clean as possible. And we start with a very good technology with water treatment. And then the water treatment, after we treat the water, it doesn't matter it's conventional treatment process or it's a fancy treatment, advanced treatment technologies. We still need to keep chlorine inside to kill most of the bacteria. And we maintain the chlorine in the distribution system. Once the water going to the distribution system, and we have to keep it somewhere, either in the storage tank or in the building and in the premise plumbing system. So the thing is, I remember when I was a graduate student, I really fancying about those high technology in water treatment. However, when after many years, I realized we all focus on research in fancy treatment technologies, but not many people are really looking at the safety among distribution or storage. It is also one part, very important part of our the whole safe water practice. So this is actually from a very old newspaper clip that my professor gave me when I was a graduate student many, many years ago. And when I was starting the water treatment, they actually shows, and my professor always tell me there is a very important, the most important invention for the humankind to protect the public health from last century is the chlorination. We can actually see from the newspaper clip from the 1890s, the typhoid fever case, the death is a lot. It's like 80 to 100 to 100,000 people. Going to 1906, because people start using filtration plant to treat their water before distributing. Then we have reduced the typhoid deaths. At the 1918s, when most people start using liquid chlorine to disinfect their water, they drop the death case even more. So chlorine is very important last century, but it is used for more than 100 years. The chlorination, this is a figure we see almost every microbiology or water treatment book. We start have a lot of typhoid case, and then once we start filtration and chlorination, everything drops down. So chlorine is not that important. But chlorine, what can chlorine do? Chlorine actually, in the left figure, this is without chlorine, this is actually a chlorine dioxide figure. This is a similar mechanism to kill the bacteria. Here we have the one without treatment, you can see the cell wall is intact, but the one with chlorine dioxide treatment, it actually oxidizes the bacteria. So all this bacteria will be oxidized and their contents or the cells will be released to the water. So we will see, we kill bacteria and we kill microorganisms, and those microorganisms become some kind of soluble material in the water. So because I'm the water people, so I get a very good many chance to go on a field trip to collect water samples. This is actually one of the field trip I took from a really remote reservoir. And this is actually very nice sunshine days with really high, little breeze through the air. And when we want to take a sample, if we look closely, there's a lot of little things going on because it's a very shining days. So these microorganisms, like little algae, are happily growing, and they are helping us to trap the carbon dioxide from the air to the water. So although it's supposed to be a good thing, a lot of plants or these microorganisms conducting photosynthesis to trap the carbon dioxide into water. But the thing is, it will become organic matter in water because the carbon from inorganic to organics. And sorry, it doesn't move very smoothly. Okay, and what happened is all these natural organic material like cellulose, tannins, protein, all kinds of natural organic matter, they get decomposed and then remain, the leftover remain in the water. That's what we call the natural organic matter. But the natural organic matter, it can be removed partially, only partially in our water treatment process. And a lot of them still inside after the conventional coagulation flocculation process. And the thing is, after we finish coagulation, flocculation, and we will disinfect the water with our chlorine disinfectants. And all these disinfectants will react with this natural organic matter. Doesn't matter it's a lignin or they are cellulose, they are DNAs inside the water. They will form disinfection byproducts. And there are two different kinds of disinfection byproducts, like chlorinated DBPs. We regulated chlorinated DBPs and nitrogenous DBPs because I believe most of countries regulated chlorinated DBPs. And for example, in Taiwan, we have trihalomethanes and haloacetic acid. These are two major groups of disinfection byproducts we regulated. And also as other countries, I'm not sure in Indonesia, but in Taiwan, these are two major things we regulated. There are another group is we call nitrogenous DBPs, such as haloacetonitride, halonitromethane, with all these like very common nitrosamine, NDMAs, and dichloroacetonitride. These are very commonly found nitrogenous DBP in water because their concentration is very, very low, so it's not yet regulated in many places. But we do believe they have higher toxicity than the regulated DBPs. So it's very important. Sorry, my computer keeps talking. So the important thing is we come back to see the chlorine, because we definitely will need to add chlorine to keep everyone safe. And we will definitely have natural organic matter in water. Then we will form disinfection byproduct in the water. We send it to the people, to the customer in distribution system. So the thing is, to make things worse, in Taiwan, most of our treatment process, we use conventional process, which we take raw water, coagulant, coagulation, flocculation, and go through all these segmentation filtration system. But in order to keep the microbes growing or pre-oxidize the organics to make the coagulation process better, we usually add pre-chlorination process, pre-chlorination in front of coagulation step. So when we add pre-chlorination, which means we add chlorine when the water has these higher natural organic matters. So the chlorine will react with natural organic matter, just like the picture I showed. It will have a lot of reactions with the microorganism and natural organic matter in the water. And then to keep the distribution safe, we still need to maintain a chlorine residual in the water. So we add another step, we add more chlorines in the water before they send it out for distribution. So here's the problem. If this is a haloacetic acid concentration, and this is something we collect, the data we collected a while ago, and this one is the x-axis is the time when the water leaves the water treatment plant. So usually in Taiwan, because our cities are small, so probably within 1 day, or probably a little bit more than 1 day, we will receive our water, or within a day. So if we're looking at this is a haloacetic acid concentration, and the chlorine, the combined the chlorine, when it leaves the plant, is high, and it will reduce throughout the distribution system. So it will dropping down because it will react with anything along the way, or it will react with the natural organic matter in the water. And then we will see the haloacetic acid growing to over the regulation limits. Because in Taiwan, we regulate the haloacetic acid at 16 microgram per liter, the same as United States. And when it leaves the water treatment plant at time 0, it's fine. It's less than 40 microgram. But when you reach to our household, it will become somewhat over the limits because we have so many things going on along the distribution pipe. For example, we have natural organic matter, we have residual chlorines, and we have biofilms in the water. And the biofilms will detach biomass because the biofilm is continually growing and the water is continually flowing. And we have natural organic matter react with chlorine to become disinfection byproducts. And these disinfection byproducts, and these natural organic matter react with chlorine. Usually they are partially oxidized. And partially oxidized will become, we call it biological, biodegradable organic matter, which can be the food of the microorganisms. And then we will see, and we will see the chlorine will decay during the system, during the treatment, the transportation system, and the decay of the chlorine. The chart actually shows up the chart on the, and the chlorine will decay, and then this biological biodegradable organic matter will be degraded by microorganisms for more microbes. And at the end of the path, we have not only disinfection byproduct, we have microorganisms from the growing regrowth in the pipes. So what happened to the disinfection byproduct in distribution? We have chlorine reduced, and then we have along the way, it will reduce. And we have disinfection byproduct formation during the treatment process, and we have biodegradation and biomass growing in the pipe. So what happened to the disinfection byproduct? We have no idea. So when you turn on your faucet, we can have different kinds of water in different areas. Will that be drinkable? This is something we need to think about. Because when we turn on the faucet, the water actually coming out from the treatment plant is very safe and meet the regulations, very good water, but it will transport through those underground pipes, and also maybe the corroded pipe with a lot of biofilms throughout the system. So mostly those systems are controlled by the water treatment, water utility facilities. But after the water meters, there are another section we call it premise plumbing. The premise plumbing will become even more interesting, because when water coming in, it will somehow stay in the pipe for a while before it reaches you. But for this kind of direct water supply, it was nice, because after the water passed through your water meter, it's only a very short residence time before it reaches customers. However, in Taiwan, because we do have a lot of natural disasters, we have typhoon, earthquake going on all the time. And we probably like more than 300 earthquakes, and probably the same as you do, in Taiwan every year. So we want to prevent the natural disaster, and we also want to make sure we have continuous flow of water. So most of us use indirect water supply, which means the water coming from the water meter and going to the underground holding tank, and then we use pump to a rooftop. And this kind of rooftop storage, and we keep the water for like at least 1 or 2 days, depends on the household, because we want to have the continuous water without interruption. So we will have a holding tank here. And this holding tank will then, the water will be distributed through gravity to each of the level or each of the rooms. So this rooftop storage tank actually provide a very good extended retention time for the water. I mean, very good. It's very good for DDP formation, because we have chlorine in the water, and the water stay there for another 1 or 2 days. And then this is the water storage, the very common water storage tank in Taiwan. Almost, you can see it in the background, almost every building has one. And this kind of water storage tank, they're actually exposed to direct sunlight. And because I'm not sure how about you, we are like in our 30s. The temperature outside is in 30s, 35 degrees Celsius. Then the water temperature will be elevated during the daytime, and probably they cool down a little bit in the nighttime. So this kind of water storage tank, they provide a really good stagnation, and with high temperature, will promote the microbial growth and these high surface to volume ratios, because all these plumbings and fittings throughout the household, and these will all promote the chlorine decay. And the chlorine decay will, since the chlorine will be out, and the bacteria will regrow, and we will have biofilm formation in the tank and the pipe. With all these natural organic matters, we can add more disinfection byproducts. At the tap, when we turn on the faucet, we will have more disinfection byproduct formation. So this is the case. We have influence from the water distribution man. We will have disinfection byproduct in the influent to our water tank. And then in the water tank, we have biofilms, and then the influent disinfection byproducts, some of them probably like haloacetic acid will be degraded, will be biodegraded, but there will be more formation because we have biofilm growing, and also we have chlorine coming in from the influent. Then we have more disinfection byproduct going. And then when water leaves the water tank, it will have more disinfection byproduct or some kind of biofilm, biological material. How much disinfection byproduct is coming out? We actually test a few different kind of material. One is like this is stainless steel, because those tanks are mostly made with stainless steel, and it's different grades of stainless steel or polyethylenes. We do have some people using polyethylene to store water. And these biofilms are, they do form substantial, compared to the organic coming out from natural organic matter, it do form a lot of trihalomethane, and also they form a lot of trihaloacetic acid. So we know the biofilm will be a major contributors of the DBP formed during the stagnation in the premise plumbing system. And we actually pinpoint, we use next generation sequencing, and with all this water analysis, we can actually pinpoint which group of microbes can control or form or becoming the major disinfection byproducts. And so these disinfection byproducts in the pipe, they are supposed to be there. So we need to worry about it. Sometimes we, during the stagnation, when the water stays there longer, and it will react with disinfectants, and the disinfection byproduct will form, and then the heavy metal will leach in from the pipes, and then the microorganism will regrow overnight. So when it stays there longer, we will have even more problems. One of our students tested water toxicity after stagnation using planaria. So little interesting little creatures. Sorry, my computer wasn't listening to me. And the GST is a stress enzymes. When we have longer the residence time, if the water stay in the premise plumbing longer, we have a higher stress enzyme from the planaria. And also when the water stay longer, we have much less local motion, which means the planaria swim way less than the one in the beginning when it was without stagnation. And we also can calculate the stress. The stress enzyme is primarily due to the disinfection byproduct we test in the system. So when we want to keep the water safe, we need to balance between the microbial growth and DBP formation. So we have less DBP formation to put in less chlorine, or we should control the microbial regrowth by putting more chlorine. This is something we need to think about. If we keep more chlorine, and we can eliminate the microbial regrowth, but we will have disinfection byproduct formation. So should we say chlorine is evil? And because most of our people will, when we hear chlorine, oh, it kills bacteria, but they are toxic. Usually chlorine may not be as toxic because when we drink our water, chlorine may already be gone. But people still try to stay away from chlorine as much as possible. So what can we do? We actually had a crazy idea a while ago, and one of our students tried to take away the chlorine and see what happened throughout the storage. So we take away the chlorine, and we keep the water for 20 hours, almost 20 hours. It's actually a continuous flow system. We keep the water for like 20 hours residence time to simulate the water in a building because it's continually being used, but it's somehow stay in a water tank for 20 hours. And what happened to that? Well, after we take away the chlorine, the very interesting thing is this is a tank effluent. This is the influent. This is a heterotrophic plate count. We have bacteria from the city water is very low. And before we put in the decorination process, in the effluent of the tank, the heterotrophic plate count is around hundreds, a few hundreds of bacteria per mil. But once we put in the decorination step, the bacteria are actually growing very fast within an hour or half hour. They're growing a lot. So they actually growing to 1,000 times more than the original one. So once we take away the chlorine, doesn't matter it's what's the original condition, we will definitely have a lot of bacterial regrowth right away, because the residence time in our decorination process is probably only 2 seconds. For us, it's like after that 2 seconds of decorination, we will definitely have high heterotrophic plate count right away, right after decorination. So we calculated what support the bacteria growth. We calculated assimilable organic carbon, and the influent, we do have a very different assimilable organic carbon in the city water. Sometimes it will be as high as about 100 microgram per liter. But in the tank effluent, because after 20 hours, we have a lot of reduce in the assimilable organic carbon. But after we put in decorination, the chlorine decorination process take away all the AOC already, because they do support a lot of bacterial growth, even in a 2 seconds of residence time. So before the treatment, the microbial population is very similar. They just have different abundance, very similar in the influent and effluent. But after we take away the chlorine, the effluent, the microbial population is actually changed. We have so many risks at our tap water. We can have chemical risks like disinfection byproducts, pollutants, metal leaching. We have biological risks like opportunity pathogens, and we have chlorine-resistant bacteria, even antimicrobial resistant bacteria, because most people will see most chlorine-resistant bacteria. Most antimicrobial resistant bacteria in water are also chlorine-resistant bacteria. So there are so many things going on. So what's next? What's next? I know a lot of you maybe have a lot of fancy idea on water technology. Please continue work on that. In the community, we actually need something new from the old chlorinations. We need to make. So how can we maintain the biostability in the water? We can keep the chlorine residual high or the AOC low. We can have less regrowth. Should we keep the chlorine or not? This is a debate we need to think about it. And we also need new disinfection strategies to control the biofilm, control the pathogens, and sometimes we need to control the antibiotic resistance. These are all the things we need. We cannot just rely on chlorination alone right now. And we may, from the economic point of view, we may start including the point of use on point of entry treatment, and which become the last barrier, the very last barrier for public health from the waterborne disease. And we may have also different point of use treatment process, which in my lab, we work on UV chlorine and also other maybe membrane or electron treatment process. Okay, with that, I would like to conclude my presentation, and I would like to acknowledge few funding agencies I obtained funding throughout the years, and also very important, all my students that wonderful student conduct a lot of work. And usually I would put my students' picture, but I wasn't able to put in so many students. So I would like to appreciate the students' work. Thank you. If I can take any questions, if you have questions, comments, please contact me through email. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to Professor Sin Tung for the presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, all keynote speakers of first session have presented their respective articles. Thereby, we approach at the end of the first session. After this, we will have two question and answer with duration approximately 30 minutes. And question and answer can be delivered directly by link that already shared by committee in the meeting chat. So I will pointing to several participant and selected participant. Please turn on your camera and microphone. So we have already 6 of 5 questions for Professor Inoue and also for Professor Sin Tung. Maybe I will try to read the first question that's come from Mr. Bima Surya Ramadan, Bima Setiaji Surya Ramadan. The question for Professor Inoue. Preserving ecosystem is the main target for water quality protection. How the strategy could be implemented firmly in the field?
Thanks very for questions. So, as in zinc case, this regulation is start to the 2003, and the wastewater regulation is before is 5 milligram per liter is severe to the 2 milligram per liter. So, as from the wastewater concentration is now is decreased. However, in several river is exceed to this regulations, environmental water quality standards. So, as individual watershed to the several political countermeasurements. And now is this regulation is 3. And one is zinc, and another is nonyl phenol, and linear alkylbenzene sulfur acid. And maybe these types of water quality is more expanded. And it's start the regulation after to the how do you if the exceed case, how do you decrease is decide and for the protections. It's okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Does that answer your question, Mr. Bima Surya Ramadan?
Hi.
I hope
so. Thank you, Sensei. Inoue Sensei.
Okay, the second question is also from Mr. Bima Surya Ramadan. This question is for Professor Sin Tung. Are there any pipe types which are not suitable for biofilm formations? So the type of pipe that's suitable for, not suitable for biofilm formation. Is there any type of pipes?
We actually test a few different pipes, and we test stainless steel pipe, plastic pipe, different kind of plastic material, PVCs, and they are different formation. I would say different formation potential from each different pipes. We have less formation on plastic pipe, which is different than the other reference we got, because some people said we will have more microbes growing on plastic pipe than the stainless steel pipe. But in Taiwan, we have at least the water we test, we have more microbes on stainless pipe, but we do have higher bacterial diversity on plastic pipe. So it will be very interesting because if we have plastic pipe, we have more diversity of bacteria growing, and we have less of DBP from the plastic pipe biofilm than the stainless steel pipe. So there's nothing, I cannot say there's one best pipe to prevent the biofilm growing. It will all depends on the location and your applications. Hope that answer your questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. Is that okay, Mr. Bima?
Anyway, how long the biofilm will form? I mean, do you mean that we have many biofilm in the stainless steel, right? So how long it would be take the biofilm? It will form the biofilm.
Okay. For the biofilm formation, it's actually as fast as like a few days. It only take a few days of biofilm to form in the pipe because the water is flowing continuously. So only a few days, but the formation is very small. We see a very good layer of biofilm probably after 1 month. It's under chlorinated. It's chlorinated water, probably like 0.3 to 0.5 milligram per liter of chlorine, residual chlorine in the water. We will still have a very nice biofilm after 30 days of observations.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. I got it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Actually, we have several questions for Professor Asanta, but unfortunately, Professor Ananta Asanta is not with us live today. So any participant who will give a question for Professor Asanta may deliver the question by email that hope will be shared by committee in meeting chat. So I will read another question for Professor Inoue. This one is from Lenalda Febriani. The question is, mercury problem at ASGM in Indonesia has economic and social dimension also. How we resolve the problem in the point of your view, Professor?
Okay, thank you for the questions. We survey in Indonesia cooperate with local universities. And in the Palu case, is Tadulako University is cooperations. And we are only suggest to the scientific data. And in Palu case, Poboya case, I hear to the in Indonesia illegal. However, to the local government permit because to the economic can get benefit. And we suggest to the these data. And the Tadulako University and the local universities and maybe I here to discuss with this problem. And the countermeasure is decide to the local peoples. And Japan, we are only the suggested. It's a case as a very difficulty problem to the how do you continuously to the small scale world mining and not affect to the human health or economy. And one more another case to the in the Central Kalimantan case to the we are surveyed to the in the mercury. So and the one place is a change to the method of the purification method, and the not using the mercury to the change to the cyanide. And the cyanide is a toxic substance, and the no information for the cyanide. So and this village is waste to the cyanide directly. So and the downstream river fish is all killed. And the maybe the change. So and it's a change, or how do you operating is a very difficult. However, to the this is a local government to the decide. I think it's okay. So for very difficult and problem, so I did not only the suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Ms. Lenalda, is that okay? Or if you don't mind, you may directly discussion your question to Professor Inoue. You may turn on your camera.
It is enough. Thank you, Professor.
Is it enough? Okay, thank you, Professor. And then the next question is for Prof. Sinsintung again from Ms. Nurandani Hardianti. The question is, the microbial regrowth sharply increased for less than 1 day when the chlorine is diminished. Should we add chlorine again?
This is actually a very interesting question. Shall we add chlorine again? Yes or no? It depends, because when we add chlorine again, if you remember, I actually mentioned we measure a lot of disinfection byproduct formation coming out from the chlorine with the biofilm and also the microorganism in the water. If we add more chlorine, we will definitely have higher toxicity in the water we drink. But if we do not add enough chlorine, then we will have to control the bacterial regrowth, which means the bacteria, the AOC, the assimilable organic carbon, has to be really low, like less than 10 microgram per liter as acetate. So it will depend on your application or in your settings of distribution. If the low AOC is achievable, probably we will not need to have high chlorine in the water. However, if it is not possible to achieve this low AOC in the water, then we probably need to increase the chlorine level to more than, in our experience, to more than 0.4 milligram per liter. Okay, hope this answers your questions.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Ms. Nurandani, is that okay? Answer your question? You may deliver more questions by turn on your camera and directly to Professor Sinsintung. Not yet? Is enough? Okay, next question, still from Ms. Nurandani Hardianti. This one is from for Professor Inoue again. The question is, zinc in water bodies is derived from natural occurrence and anthropogenic sources. Which is the bigger among those sources?
Okay, and it's dependent on the watershed. However, in the natural, from the natural source case is maybe low concentrations and less than the regulations. And the exceed to the water environmental standard case is mainly anthropogenic sources. And not directly from the wastewater from faculty, but also including in the road, from the road waste during the event to it's accumulation to the tire dust or some places in roof, including the metals and including zinc. So and it's calm. And it's a phenomena is during the event is a natural. Rainfall is a natural, but the source is anthropogenic. So and it's including the anthropogenic case, almost the anthropogenic source is bigger, I think. Is it okay?
Is it okay, Ms. Nurendayani? Okay, thank you, Professor, for your question, for your answer. While we are waiting another question from participant, we still actually we have 3 questions for Professor Asanta. But again, for participant, you may directly deliver your question by email because Prof. Asanta is not here with us live today, and Mr. Arya will give a question directly to both of Professor Inoue and Professor Sinsintung. Please, Mr. Arya. You may.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ika. I want to ask to Mr. Tung. I have a several experience to design drinking water in Indonesia, and we have a common problem. The first, the Indonesian water works have leakage higher, around 30% more. The pipeline in Indonesia is getting leakage. So the water distribution getting lost at around 30%, and several maybe to suspend the solid and another bacteria can not only get out but get inside to the pipe too. So the pipe that several place can be high suspended solid. So maybe I want to ask you, how about this parameter about when the leakage coming go out might be in, can produce some bacteria or another. And the second is, how about to maintain chlorine in the pipe? Sometimes we know the water age is very important, and then the several length of pipe maybe more than 10 kilometers. The near from the water treatment plant will be smelly from the chlorine. And then the far away, well, there is no chlorine, and then the situation is getting bad. I think I need the maybe in field we use injection chlorine, but sometimes it's not work well like this one. The same situation and some place maybe still get bad quality of water. Maybe you can share the experience. Thank you, Professor.
Okay. Thank you for the comments. I shouldn't say question. It's actually, we have exactly the same thing. We have water loss, and we have a lot of natural disasters. So we have earthquake almost shaking all the time. We have earthquake almost every day. So we will definitely have water leaks, and we have occasionally have intrusions, chemical pollutant intrusion, I should say. But the thing is, what can we do? So this kind of situation, if we are not able to maintain a completely closed system, we have to put chlorines. So there's no choice. We have to have residual chlorine in the water. And the thing is, but residual chlorine, we will usually have, sometimes if we have ammonia and we have chloramines, it will smell definitely. And people, when at the end of the distribution, people smell the chlorine, they were not happy about it. So, but the thing is, that's why the point of use device or point of use treatment coming into place, because most of our water treated and distributed to the customer are using for flushing the toilet, not for drinking. So I think for economically point of view, it may be better to employ some kind of point of use system rather than to treat all the water a very good quality. So that's my my point of view. Maybe they will be different in your place. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Is it enough, Mr. Arai?
Yeah, enough, Rika.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Raya. Thank you, Professor, for the answer. Is there any question for all participants? Please, we still have a time for discussion session. While we are waiting another question, I will give a brief resume that three of our keynote speakers have delivered to us. Maybe it will refresh the material that may you give another question for both our three keynote speakers. The first one is from Mr. Professor Gunital that discussed about some water management, like how we conserve our stormwater and at the same time reduce pollution. And the second keynote speaker is Professor Inoue, is regarding water pollution, especially heavy metal, zinc, mercury, and how those heavy metal effect on human health and in the environment. And the third keynote speaker is Professor Sin Sintung, is delivering topic of drinking water quality in the distribution system. Mainly is problem with disinfectant byproducts that come from chlorine. Is there still any question for our keynote speaker of this first session? Please, you're still waiting for your question, all participants?
Yes, I'm.
Yes.
Yeah. My name is Nani Heriastuti. I will question to Mr. Asanta. What are the quality characteristics of wastewater that can be treated with wetland technology? And first, and second, my question: what factors can affect the success in processing? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for question, Ms. Nani, but I'm sorry, as I mentioned before, that Professor Asanta is not here with us today, live. So you may deliver your question by email directly to Professor Asanta or by email to committee, and committee will help deliver your question to Professor Asanta. Okay. So we are very sorry for that.
Okay.
But you still may give a question for Professor Inoue and Professor Sinsintung if you want.
No, itu Asanta.
Yeah. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, Miss Nani, you may deliver your question for Mr. Asanta, Professor Asanta by email. I'm sorry for that. We are very sorry for that. Is that okay? Okay. Okay, I think this one is the last question for from our participant. So, ladies and gentlemen, that we have already finished our keynote speakers first session, keynote speaker, and the next ceremonial is before we move to the next keynote speaker session, which is the second keynote speaker. We will firstly give the certificate to our honorable speaker, there are Professor Asanta Junitilike, and then Professor Inoue, and also Professor Sin Tang. Professor Asanta is from Queensland University of Technology of Australia, in Australia. and Professor Inoue is from Department of Architecture and Civil Engineering, Toyohashi University of Technology, Japan. And Professor Shin Tung is from Institute of Environmental Engineering, National Taiwan University in Taiwan. Thank you to the keynote speaker who delivered the material. This one is a certificate for Professor Takanobu Inoue. Please, this one is a certificate for you, Professor. Thank you. And the next is certificate for Professor Shin Tung. Okay, this one is Professor Shin Tung certificate. Thank you, and again, Professor, for joining with us, give us many knowledge and sharing of experiences from your research. Thank you once again. And then for Professor Asanta, is already maybe delivered non-directly in this session. Okay, I am Ika Bagus Priyambada on behalf of the committee to apologize for any inconveniences during the first keynote speaker session and do fully appreciate to all participants. Good morning and thank you very much for your contribution. Best regard from us. Thank you.
First of all, we would like to say thank you to our moderator, Mr. Ika Bagus Priyambada.
Thank you, and also thank you for Professor Ashanda Gunitileke from Australia, who has already given the material regarding green infrastructure, stormwater pollution and treatment.
Also, thank you very much to Professor Takanobu Inoue from Japan, who has already given the material regarding heavy metal pollution.
As well as big thank you to Professor Shin Tung from Taiwan, who already explained the material regarding drinking water quality in distribution system.
We hope that the knowledge will be useful for our future.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived to the second material session. In the session, we will have another 3 keynote speakers from Indonesia and India.
Okay, the first one is Mr. Asuko Widigdo, STM Engineering from Indonesia.
The second is Professor Majeti Narasimha Varaprasad from India.
And the third is Professor Dr. Insinyur Purwanto, DEA from Indonesia.
The session will be guided by Mrs. Pertiwi Andrarani, STMT Master Engineering. Before that, let us read the moderator's CV.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you at the second plenary session of International Conference on Environment, Sustainability Issues and Community Development 2021. Now we are on the second plenary session. Maybe first is the...
Okay.
Should I proceed? Okay. Okay, now we proceed to the second plenary session. My name is Tiwi, and I will be moderating this plenary session. And this plenary session, we have 3 keynote speakers. First is Mr. Suko Widikdo, MM, from PT Adikarya. And the second presenter is Professor Mati Narasimha Prasad from India. And the third is Professor Dr. Engineer Prawanto DEA. And before we begin, similar to the first plenary session, please kindly mute your microphone and turn on your camera during the keynote speech to ensure that this event can run smoothly. Okay, thank you for your kind cooperation. And continue the next schedule, we have Mr. Suto. Good morning, Mr. Suto.
Morning.
Okay, thank you very much. And he's General Manager and Operational Director 1 from PT Adikarya. And he will bring a topic of presentation, a new paradigm in waste management. And please welcome Mr. Suto, and the time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for your given opportunity. Thank you for the committee of this conference for inviting me as a keynote speaker. It is a great honor and pleasure to be able to be the keynote speaker in this amazing moment. Hopefully, what we will be explained comprehensively regarding the theme of this conference. And it will give an insightful presentation for the other keynote speakers and the participation of the wonderful conference, which we can learn together from this moment. Okay, let me start. The title, A New Paradigm in Waste Management. Next. Okay, before entering my presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Suko Widikdo. Everyone can call me Suko. I am from the representative of PT Adikarya. And then my background is civil engineering from Atmajaya University for my undergraduate degree, and Gajah Mada University for my postgraduate degree. I start to pursue to my career in PT Adikarya from 2000 until now. And it is an amazing journey that I have been done in this company. Glad to be part of this incredible company. Next. Okay, let me start my presentation with our current ambition. As Adi is dreaming to reach to be the best. Adi wants to implement the disruptive innovation based on the Innovator Dilemma book by Professor Clayton Christensen, a book which is an inspiration by Steve Jobs to apply his innovative idea. Adi knows that the innovation has to be disrupted in order to be the leading company and challenging in the incumbent. So let us have a look at this model. It is believed that disruptive innovation comes when the incumbent focuses on the high-end market without considering the mainstream market and low-end market. This condition leads to an opportunity that can be taken by this disruptor to target the low-end and the mainstream market. And then the disruptor slowly move their market up to high-end and challenge the incumbent. This way is going to be implemented by Adi to reach what we have dreamed, back to be the best. We believe there is such market as a construction company that can be optimized into a disruptive innovation as a purpose to be the leading company. Next. Okay. In order to implement the disruptive innovation that has been stated before, it leads to a new focus in applying the research and innovation by companies. We believe that the result of research and innovation can support the direction of disruptive innovation that we want to implement. This is highly connected to the current condition of research and development in global company. Based on the data of McKinsey and Company, as you can see in the left bottom of the slide, it is shown that there is abundant investment from each company subject, including construction. In condition, there is annual growth from the same source regarding the research and development by 4% annually. The scheme can deliver and shape the corporate strategy. Meanwhile, ADI has managed to do some research during several years, in which ADI has managed to produce some innovation for the company itself. Next. Okay, based on ADI research, ADI need to gain the new recurring income, which will cover the demand of overhead costs. As we are basically a construction company, we rely heavily on project. This scheme can lead to much more sustainable construction company. As a result, ADI opens a new business line in environmental investment for the world sustainability. Based on several perspectives and reasons that will be explained later on. This investment consists of bright potential of business solution. The environment investment that is explained before can be started by business in waste management sector and renewable energy industry. We believe that those business lines can reach what the disruptive innovation is looking for, a low-end market for the construction company. Next. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why should be environmental related investment? Firstly, the research number in concerning environment related issue by top companies. Top companies such as Apple are already implemented the concern in environment issue. And secondly, business strategy in environment is increasing starting from the Paris Agreement in 2015. As Paris Agreement was a new movement in the tackling the climate change, the trend has to be captured by the business strategy in the global companies. And thirdly, there is generation change, which is a millennial and Gen Z like to related the activity to the environment. Indonesia experienced the bonus demography that leads to surging number of millennial and Gen Z, which of course this condition has to be optimized. And lastly, this investment is related to the sustainable business from a profit, people, and planet. The planet is highly connected to the environment business that we are going to expand. Next. Okay, as said before, this investment is related to sustainable business, which will be supportive to the company itself. In what matter, they can make the company become much more sustainable. Okay, firstly, it can cover overhead costs. Overhead costs cover. The sustainability can be taken by the covering overhead costs by gaining recurring income. This will be a significant help for a construction company. Secondly, this is very important, it can improve business reputation. For example, Lego, a well-known company in making toys, reached an incredible reputation after the use of the Lego's part from plant-based source. Thirdly, it can provide competitive advantages from the source. It is believed that it can increase the return on investment up to 16% to the implementation of action in the tackling in the climate change. And lastly, it can increase bottom line of the company as it cover overhead costs in a sustainable way, improve business reputation, and provide competitive advantages. It can make the company earn more money and increase the company earnings. Next. Okay, how about strategic implementation? The environment-related investment is implemented by two methods. First, by adding company value in the main core business of ADI, such as QHA and innovation in project. Nowadays, ADI has managed to make some competition in innovation for the employees, and the winner can have a privilege to implement the innovative idea. And the second, ADI implement business diversification, which is ADI waste management. This is going to be our main discussion from now on. And we will explain in the further on the new paradigm of waste management. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, why should be ADI waste management? The first, the background of ADI waste management is start from the Indonesia's program in Indonesia Free of Waste 2025. So, as ADI as a state-owned company, we have to support what the government program are. We believe that the program is also supporting our environment investment. Next, it is about supporting Indonesia's program in Energy Mix 2025 program. This is also believed that the program is in the same alignment with the environmental investment that we have. And lastly, it is also preparing the post-pandemic waste management. We believe that the post-pandemic requires a solid waste management, which can be prepared from now. And now ADI is ready to support the post-pandemic waste management. Next. Okay, ADI waste management is making some value related to the compulsory value and disruptive innovation value. The first, we are safe and clear. Safe here means that the standard of the waste management we have is proven and massive. The next, clear here means that our waste management is highly compliant to the regulation. For the second, we have integrated system. Every business line is supportive to the other business line. The third, we have accessibility for getting information about waste from the internet. By just using an application, we can see the waste management that is going on and ensure that the waste management is safe and clear. And the last one, they are function as a travel education. This can be called as a new perspective that the waste management can be seen as travel education for the younger generation. Meanwhile, the business line of waste management consists of 3 sectors. The first is hazardous waste management. The second, in waste to energy. And the third is waste to product. Those 3 sectors will be explained after this. Next. Okay, next. Okay, in the business, in hazardous waste management, Adi will expand in medical waste incineration business. And hazardous waste water treatment plant. We have the incinerator that has been installed in Medan in our integrated waste management facility. In addition, we also have distinctive waste management facility in Majalaya for wastewater treatment plant. And this business line will support in Indonesia's program in Indonesia Free of Waste 2025 and post-pandemic preparation in waste management. Next. In the waste to energy process, Adi will expand in converting waste into energy by such advanced treatment. This business line will support the Indonesia's program in the Indonesia Free of Waste and Indonesia Energy Mix 2025 and the post-pandemic preparation in waste management. Next. In waste to product process, Adi will expand in converting waste into beneficial product. This business line to support in Indonesia's program Indonesia Free of Waste and Energy Mix 2025 and post-pandemic preparation in waste management. In Indonesia, we believe that waste to product is a quite new approach as it has a lot of significant contribution for both the company and Indonesia. The waste to product that is going to explain is the ultimate resource about what the topic is, a new paradigm in waste management. Next. Okay, the economic condition is not changing. It used to be a linear economy which began from raw material until non-recyclable waste. And now it is changing into circular economy, which recycling and raw material can be connected to make a circular line in the economy. It is believed that circular economy embraces a new thinking of the cradle-to-cradle approach. Next. Afterwards, it is believed that Adi waste to product can support the circular economy itself, which is in the case is contributing in the recycling sector. Hence, it will give a significant impact to the circular economy, which can bridge the customer to the manufacturer. Next. For example, explain about spent bleaching earth processing, SBE processing. SBE come from residual waste of crude palm oil processing, which is often seen as unused material. People still think that the SBE is similar to the sand or heat. But if we look it thirdly, SBE with a certain process can produce biodiesel feedstock. In addition, it can also produce alternative construction material. As ADI is a construction company, alternative construction material can significantly support ADI. To support this innovative and the new paradigm, ADI is going to do research and innovation in the product of process SBE by collaboration with National Research and Innovation Institution. Next. Okay, the concept of ADI waste to products is able to support ADI itself. Waste to product by collaboration with National Research and Innovation Institution can generate recurring income for ADI, which can cover the overhead costs and make ADI to have sustainable business in the company. This concept is believed to be a new paradigm expression in the circular economy. The support will be the cover of overhead costs of ADI, and it brings the company to be much more sustainable. Next. Okay, this concept of ADI waste to product is also able to support Indonesia program in environment. Waste to product by collaboration with National Research and Innovation Institution can generate alternative construction material which can support main business of ADI. After construction, there is states of consumption or user which then is converted to waste. The waste can be used as a material of waste to product and so on. Hence, it is also believed as a new paradigm in circular economy to support Indonesia dream in the environment. Hopefully, ADI will be back to be the best in the term of reputation as well. Next. Okay, finally, we have reached our final slide in conclusion. The first, it is believed that disruptive innovation has to be started by increasing the company demand in research and innovation. And then, based on research, ADI demand to open a new business line to support overhead costs. The environment-related investment, which is connected to environment and sustainability, is waste management. It also considered as the promising business line with regard to the current condition of Indonesia. The business line of ADI waste management are hazardous waste management, waste to energy, and waste to product. Apart from its environmental and sustainability factor, waste to product concept can be highly connected to circular economy which can support added demands in overhead costs and main business as well. This can be considered as a new paradigm. I hope that is the new paradigm can lead ADI to reach back to be the best. So thank you everyone. Hope that this presentation will be insightful to all of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Suko, for your wonderful presentation. Mr. Suko, thank you very much for your wonderful presentations. And it really give us some insight about how company even expanded into a new business unit that related to environment. And we, maybe we will discuss later in the after all presentations. And then to the next speakers is please welcome Professor Majdi Narasimha Parashad. Are you? Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you very much. And Professor Parashad is an emeritus professor from School of Life Sciences of University of Hyderabad in India. And he also is a top 2% of scientists from India and ranked #1 in environmental sciences. And today he will bring a topic about electronic waste management and treatment technologies. Professor Prasad?
Thank you very much.
Could you hear me? Okay.
I congratulate the INCRID team for giving me this opportunity. I hope all of you are able to see the screen. I have shared the screen.
Yes, you can see clearly. Yes. Please proceed with your presentation, Professor.
I think the topic is focused on electronic waste management and treatment technologies. I served the University of Hyderabad and retired. I am from School of Life Sciences. This is the largest School of Life Sciences in India with 65 faculty members. The electronic waste concept is more or less like this picture, which was produced in late 1960s. Good, bad, ugly. Even today, the music of this film is very famous. People use as a ringtone. So there are good aspects, there are bad aspects, and ugly aspects of the electronic waste. The theme of the conference is environmental sustainability, which is very important. It's necessary that we should strengthen the sustainable science in universities now, rather than the conventional subjects. Students should be taught about sustainability, and we should practice sustainability science research projects. You can see here, there are certain issues related to environmental waste globally relevant, a legislation to be brought for electronic waste management, and also electronic waste management in specific countries is very heterogeneous in different countries. If you take all the continents, in each continent, the electronic waste management differs. Just now we have heard from Dr. Suko the waste management and energy and so on. Gradually, the electronic waste, in other words, waste electrical and electronic equipment increasing, And then we need to develop eco-friendly disposal and treatment and recycling practices. Because it has numerous toxic components. So there are several challenges we are facing with reference to the waste management of electronic waste. So this gives a simple picture about the electronic waste, different components. Mostly we have numerous gadgets that we use for improving our lifestyle and so on. So most of it have a very short life cycle, they become obsolete, and then we try to change them. They are not lifetime components, so we discard them. Therefore, the flow of electronic waste and how best we can bring the electronic waste into circular economy has a great potential. These are the top 15 institutions focusing research on e-waste as per the Scopus study 2019. You can see there are a large number of organizations and universities from China and from Australia. And interestingly, the 15th one is in Nigeria. Nigeria has specialized in processing or in recycling the waste. Therefore, Nigeria is figuring, but otherwise is mostly dominated by the institutions in China. And there are wide diversity of the equipments, starting the classification and taxonomy of the electronic waste discarded is very complex today. And this has become a challenge for many countries. And there is a great opportunity for research and resource recovery. For example, in many of the African countries and the Asian countries, many of the rag pickers, they collect the electronic waste and try to make their livelihood, and which is very risky for the health. And these are all the dirty secrets in poor slums in certain parts of the globe. We can classify the waste, electronic waste, and the our waste electrical and electronic equipment, starting with different categories of lamps to small IT equipments, screens. Have a different structure like television screens and CRT screens, heat exchange equipments, large equipments, and so on. So the waste in many situations is discarded as a trash along with the domestic waste in certain situations, and that is not good for the environment sustainability. The toxic components, hazardous substances in the waste, electronic and electrical equipment are the following. So for example, we have cooling equipments, mostly ozone depleting substances. Plastics are there as fire retardants. They are all mostly phthalate plasticizers and brominated fire retardants. Insulating materials, CRT screens, LCDs have mercury compounds, circuit boards, printed circuit boards have lead and beryllium and so on. BFR is the brominated fire retardant material. Like that, we have CFCs, which are not good for the climate science and so on, ozone depleting substances, and also many electrolyte capacitors and cables and so on. So when you look into these substances, there is a wide array, great diversity of these toxic substances. They are very hazardous and they are released into the environment when we dispose of indiscriminately. In India, very recently, there are 178 authorized recyclers functioning, mostly to collect and send it to a centralized treatment centers, whether it's mobiles or computer outdated monitors and keyboards and so on, whatnot. This article is very interesting, and there are two articles have appeared very recently. One is in 2020, the other one is recently last month. From mine to mind and then to the mobiles. This was published in the journal Elements, International Journal of Mineralogy, Geochemistry and Petrology. How the toxic metals, the flow chain from the mine to the mobile and to the human body. Particularly this focused on lithium, because lithium batteries are in demand. Their utilization, the demand has increased because of everybody want long-term storage of the battery. Therefore, lithium battery production has increased globally. And it is playing a very important role in our civilization. So this is the most recent paper last month appeared in Environmental Pollution by a team of scientists from different countries. Again, the same title, more or less, from mine to mine and mobile, the lithium contamination and the risks of lithium. So for example, we have very slim laptops and we want the laptop to run for 3 hours or maybe a week, days time without charging. Probably there are high power lithium batteries. And then how to manage the waste coming from such type of gadgets. E-waste is posing health hazards. First of all, the brain, it impairs the development of brain and related nervous system, carcinogenic to the lungs, to the liver, and then kidneys. This is all well established, known. So there are many halogenated compounds. For example, some of the electronic waste, as I mentioned, has barium, is toxic to the brain, heart, lung, spleen, and cadmium. Professor from Japan has talked about cadmium and mercury a few minutes ago, lead, lithium, and mercury. So these are all post-toxicological effects, birth effects, brain damage, heart, kidneys, nervous system, including skeletal damage in case of cadmium, because cadmium replaces calcium. Wherever calcium is important for our metabolic functions, cadmium, divalent cadmium replaces calcium. So the management and adverse impacts of the electronic waste have to be addressed. They have environmental impacts, the economic impacts, and toxicological impacts. And the flow of these electronic waste in the ecosystem is very complex. If we please examine this slide, the 2019 global waste generated is about, see, you can see here, this is 2016, and 2019, 53.6 million tons probably. And one of the analysis was that the waste generated in 2016, that's about 44.7 million tons of e-waste, and this is equivalent to construct 4,500 Eiffel Towers if we assume all this waste is a steel. So you can imagine the kind of these figures, mind-boggling figures, year after year, this is increasing. Now you can take a look quickly from 2014, 44.4, 46.4, 48, and so on. And 2030, the projected e-waste is about 74.7. So this is a huge waste, and at a global, and we can analyze this in continent-wise, country-wise, and legislation of each country-wise, and so on. So take a look in this map. These are mostly Asian countries. We have only 11.7% of the e-waste is properly recycled. And in Europe, only 42.5% is recycled. In Africa, only 0.9% is recycled. And in Oceania, 8.8% is recycled. In America, 9.4% is documented, properly collected, and recycled. So there is a very heterogeneous figures about the global waste, electronic waste, and this is an important issue for environmental sustainability, not only for environmental sustainability, but also for resource recovery. As I mentioned, the good, bad, ugly, there are ugly aspects, there are bad aspects, but the good aspect of the electronic waste is it has a lot of resource potential, and we should be able to recover the resources. So in India, we have about 178 collection centers in different provinces in India. So they're all sorted for plastics and lead and iron scrap and so on and so forth in India. 2018 in New York Times, there was an interesting article, as you can see, that is the gold in the world's e-waste alone equals to more than 1/10 of the gold mine globally. So that means from the e-waste, almost enormous amount of gold can be recovered. As you can see the cartoon here, this is what is urban mining. So there are certain bacteria leaching the precious metals, like as you can see, the gold, silver, and copper can be leached from the electronic waste. So this was published in New York Times. And this is the kind of a scenario. There are giant industries like URT, they crush the electronic waste, they segregate and send it to the resource recovery centers, because each of these printed circuit boards and components have many valuable materials. So these are all the processed electronic waste for resource recovery. Now, these are the technologies that are currently followed. For example, pyrometallurgy, biometallurgy, hydrometallurgy, and thermochemistry. So these processes are applicable for resource recovery from electronic waste. Thereby, the pollution can be minimized, and also resource can be recovered. Now, the question of resource recovery is very important with particular reference to electronic waste. Reason being, we use wide variety of, as I mentioned, from mine and mobiles. These three, mind, mobile, and mind, we recover so many minerals, and then as all of you know, the minerals are finite in nature, like fossil fuels. They would exhaust from the nature planet Earth. Each one has a specific reserve. We have mapped the whole planet Earth, all our abiotic resources. So certain countries have very rich fossil fuel, certain countries have very rich rock phosphate, certain countries don't have oils, fossil fuel and rock phosphate and so on. So we have to procure from those countries where there is a reservoir of these minerals. Otherwise, we have to develop technology to recover the resource from the waste. Just to give an example, 2020, antimony would exhaust in the nature, already exhausted, because whatever we require for our instruments and electronics, probably we need to recover from the waste. That becomes simpler rather than spending money for survey and identifying mines and processing. Metallurgy and mining is a very expensive business. So that's why there are many gold mines abandoned, because it's not at all profitable to do mining. Say, for example, we have a gold mine in India. Is no longer gold is extracted there because of huge expenses, and returns are very negligible. So these figures let us know by a group of international expert agencies. The year indicate that this is the year where these metals would exhaust in the nature, in a natural resource in the mine. So what happens after that? Like, for example, we have here uranium 2042 would exhaust, and tantalum, titanium, and aluminum, and so on. So these are all the agencies like US Geological Survey, World Bureau of Metal Statistics, and so on. By a survey they found. So in such a situation, the only solution for us is from the waste, like electronic waste has all these resources, and develop technologies to recover. Like, for example, we know that technology, even illiterates have developed this, what is called, the professor has mentioned morning from Japan, artisanal gold mining, small scale gold mining. That means the illiterates know how to extract gold. For example, in Nigeria, they can, if they find a area rich in gold, they go there. You can see they make small huts, settlements, and use their indigenous technology, extract gold, and make their livelihood. Like the rag pickers collecting the electronic waste and segregating them into plastics and so on and so forth, and sell them in a market, and one level to another level, and finally it will go to the treatment place or recovery sector. So they make their livelihood. This is still happening, artisanal mining in Africa, but it is extremely hazardous for their health. Their longevity will be very less, because they will be inhaling the mercury vapors, because they extract mercury amalgamation and so on. This technology is also supported by the plant-based sciences. Like, for example, there are so many. What happens if there is a dump yard where there are large deposits of electronic waste is discarded? Is it possible to recover? Yes, one of the technology demonstrated by plants was, you see, these are all endemic plants growing in certain locations. They accumulate, and then recovery is possible. So today, the phyto extraction technology, phyto mining technology are well established, and they are profit making in certain instances. For example, the professor here from Georgia developed a technology of recovery of nickel like a crop. The science is growing. It is called agro mining now. Agriculture is for food production, but here agro mining means agriculture is for recovery of minerals. So the science is going in the direction of agro mining. In certain situation, it is successful, but a lot of progress has been made, which contributes to the sustainable science. So there are many microorganisms based, bacterial based, for example, lithium batteries, leaching, so many bacteria, zinc, nickel, printed circuit boards, so many bacteria. So either in a flask batch reaction or in a typical reactor or a column reactors, leaching by the bacteria and fungi and recovery of material is possible, and it is in practice in certain countries. So for example, in an industrial scale, scrap is collected and then segregated, classified, and then pellets, and these pellets are sent. Say for example, this is one industrial process where they recover all the precious metals from the waste electrical and electronic equipments. Now, this fits into the kind of models of economy which was talked by previous speaker, where we have a linear economy. That means we extract from the mines, make a product and throw the waste. Let us say it can be a limestone for cement manufacture, enormous waste is generated. Or it can be a kind of aluminum, bauxite and so on. And there is a reuse economy, and then the circular economy is the slogan. Circular economy is applied even for the water. Today, circular economy, water in circular economy is gaining significance all over the world. Wastewater, classify the water, grey water, and then recirculate, reuse. So is a business. One of the slide in the beginning I showed, there are 15 global leaders pioneered research in the electronic waste, and Nigeria is coming here because they developed the technology. They import waste from all other countries. This is the figure, percentage of the waste coming from other countries, and they process. So that's one business. So these are all the precious metals, critically important metals, non-critical metals, and so on. All the elements that you see in the periodic table are many of them are present in the electronic waste, and then we will be able to recover if we develop either pyrometallurgy or hydrometallurgy or biometallurgy and so on, different techniques. And many of these examples are detailed in these books, recent books, 2019 and 20, published by me and by my colleagues, Electronic Waste Management and Treatment Technologies, and the Handbook of Electronic Waste Management, a number of case studies from different countries. So I thank you with this. If there are any queries, I will be glad to discuss.
Okay, thank you very much for your excellent presentation, Professor Parsad.
Yes.
And I personally think that e-waste management in Indonesia also currently being improved, as Indonesia will also implement policy of extended producer responsibility.
Sure.
So yes, maybe later we can discuss further. And now let's continue to the next speaker, Professor Dr. Insinyur Purwanto, DEA. Maybe the CV can be shown now. Okay. Professor Purwanto is a professor from Department of Chemical Engineering, Diponegoro University, Indonesia. And he is also Chief of Planning and Development Agency of Diponegoro University, Chief of Green Technology Research Group of Postgraduate School in Diponegoro University. And also he received many academic honors, such as Best Researcher in French-Indonesian Friendship Association in 1994, and exemplary lecturer in Diponegoro University in 1997, and also Satya Lencana Arya Satya. And today he will bring topic about environmental aspect on eco-industrial park development. So please welcome Professor Purwanto Okay, thank you very much. And now, please proceed with your presentation. Maybe.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Ibu Pertiwi Andari. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and all of participants of international conference, I am Purwanto from Diponegoro University, from the Department of Chemical Engineering, and also from the program, doctorate and master program of Environmental Science, School of Postgraduate Studies, Diponegoro University. Today, I would like to present environmental aspect on eco-industrial park development in Indonesia. Let me share our presentation in PowerPoint. Okay, it's So let me talk concerning environmental aspect on eco-industrial park development in Indonesia. That is, I would like to start the role of industrial park, or sometimes we call industrial estate. So the role of industrial park is first, share facilities such as all of industrial facilities, commercial, agriculture, recreation, and also sometimes is housing. Provide of electricity, water, and steam, and also the role of park is provide of joint sewage treatment as well as wastewater treatment plants, and also exchange of byproducts in the form of materials, energy, and also waste, and provide the joint emergency response and also firefighting, exchange of information, waste recycling, equipment repair, research and development, as well as education and training. There are some type of park, so we call the traditionally is industrial park, and then eco-industrial park, smart industrial park. Right now, also develop a halal industrial park, and the program is greening industrial park. Yeah. So what is the eco-industrial park? This definition is developed on eco-industrial park, such as a group of industries, services, business located in a same place where all of the actors jointly improve the environmental, economic, and social performance through cooperation in managing the aspect of environmental and resources. So by cooperating, there will be mutual benefits that are greater than the amount of benefits obtained by each industry. There is the type of eco-industrial park. First is eco-industrial park or eco-industrial estate that I stated before, and then also virtual eco-industrial park or virtual eco-industrial estate. This is the industries in different region, but connected through the exchange and utilization of waste. And then byproduct exchange, byproduct exchange. This is we call also byproduct synergies, and also green emission networking, that between the industry exchange the waste and also energy. And also eco-industrial network, eco-industrial network. It means that industry within the eco-industrial park cooperate with outside industries to improve economic, environmental, and social performance. This is the description of eco-industrial network, that the cooperation of industry inside the park. This is industry inside industrial park, the industry inside eco-industrial park, and between eco-industrial park and also industrial park, the cooperation between the industry inside eco-industrial park and industrial park, and also outside of industrial park. So how to develop eco-industrial park? Yeah. There are two options. First is industrial estate or industrial park designed from the beginning, yeah, as a green industrial area or green industrial park. Secondly is a greening industrial park that are already in operation. The concept of eco-industrial park consists of implementation of cleaner production and industrial ecology. That is consists of cleaner production, eco-efficiency, industrial ecology, and also industrial ecosystem. And then secondly is sustainable architecture, construction, and planning, the design of industrial facilities, and also planning of sustainable urban. Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, this is the yeah. So I would like to explain the first tools to develop eco-industrial park is by implementing cleaner production within the industry with the principle in Indonesia we call 5R: rethink or elimination, and reduce the generation of waste at the sources, and then reuse, recycle, and recovery all of the waste. This practice of cleaner production within the industry consists of good housekeeping, better process control, substitution of raw materials, product modification, modification of process, and lastly is technology change, with the objective to increase the efficiency of raw materials and energy usage, and also to reduce the generation of waste. And then the second tools is implementation of eco-efficiency. Eco-efficiency, it means an activity that provide economically and also environmentally benefits together. Yeah. This implementation of eco-efficiency consists of dematerialization, energy efficiency, restriction of hazardous substance, reuse, recycle, recovery, renewable resources, that is maximizing the use of renewable resources within the industry, life cycle assessment, extending the life of the product by conducting the product life cycle study, and then also resource intensity. It means that increase the intensity of use of product and services. And then the implementation of industrial ecology by applying the characteristic of natural ecological system into industrial system, to develop industrial ecosystem, by connecting each company to the industrial ecosystem that is mentioned by tips, balancing inputs and outputs with natural ecosystem capacity, re-engineering of the use of energy and materials, developing policies with a long-term perspective of the evolution of industrial system, and designing industrial system taking into account the social and economic needs of local communities. And then for the development industrial ecosystem, we need a symbiosis industry and develop from linear economy to circular economy. The principle is converting waste into raw materials to produce new product. So after Frost and Galopoulos, that traditional model of industrial activity in which individual manufacturing process take in raw materials, generate products to be sold, plus waste to be disposed. That is should be transformed into a more integrated model, industrial ecosystem. In this industrial system, the consumption of energy and material is optimized, waste generation is minimized, and the effluent of one process serve as the raw material for another process. This is the diagram of a traditionally industrial park and eco-industrial park. Traditional industrial park use the linear system. That it's mean that separate industry or companies each other, and then to develop eco-industrial park from the industrial park or existing industrial park that we call how to green industrial park. By first, the activity is improve resource efficiency, and then implementing cleaner production, using renewable energy, developing green infrastructure, integrating carrying capacity in environmental management, implementing an environmental management system, increasing socio-economic aspect of the surrounding community. And this is the diagram of from linear economy to circular economy, that waste of one industry serve as raw materials to another industry. Ladies and gentlemen, the second part of my presentation is concerning industrial estate in Indonesia. This is the map of industrial estate and block site plan, including special economic zone, in Sumatra Islands, in Java Islands, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Bali, also part of Maluku, and also in Papua. So it is important to implement environmental management in the industrial park as environmental aspect to greening industrial park. The objective is preventing or minimizing the negative environmental impact, overcoming, minimizing, or controlling negative impact, increase the positive impact to get greater benefits both to the business actors and other parties, especially the community. So from the environmental impact assessment, to develop the plan of environmental management as well as plan of environmental monitoring in the industry within industrial park. So industrial park develop environmental management, environmental plan, and then the detail of environmental management and environmental monitoring plan is developed by the industry within industrial park. That is the matrix of environmental management plan. Consists of environmental impact, source of impact, indicators, form of environmental management, location, period, and also institution of environmental management. And then environmental management monitoring plan consists of the type of impact, indicators, source of impact, method of collecting and analyzing data, location of monitoring, time and frequency of monitoring, environmental monitoring implementing institution, environmental monitoring supervisory institutions, and also institutions that receive environmental monitoring reports. The implementation of environmental management and monitoring on industry in the park or in the estate, that is regulated by the Minister of Industry, by the regulation of Ministry of Industry number 1, 2020, concerning the preparation of detailed environmental management plan and environmental monitoring plan for industrial companies located or will be located in industrial estates. And how to evaluate the detailed plan? First is compatibility of the location with the master plan of industrial estate. It means that the type of industry within the industrial park or industrial estate, it is compatible with the master plan. And then secondly is conformity of business plan or activities with the regional environmental management and monitoring plan. Third, the ability of business to cope the environmental impact. And then the ability of initiators or related parties responsible in overcoming the negative critical impacts. And then business plan or activities don't interfere with social values or communities' views. And then not exceed the carrying capacity of the environment. And then the detail of implementation, The successful of implementations depend of effectiveness of environmental management and constraint faced by companies within the industrial estate. Secondly is conformity of the result of environmental management and monitoring with detailed environmental management and monitoring plan documents. This is between the industry with the with industrial park or industrial estate. And then a more efficient and control reporting system. How about the example of eco-industrial park? This is eco-industrial park in Norrköping, Sweden. That the cooperation, the result of cooperation is the benefit of economic and business by the utilization of waste as raw materials and energy, water supply, water vapor or steam, and energy from one industry to another industry and the city. And then the environmental benefit is reduction of greenhouse gas emission, reduction of waste to landfill, and reduction of fossil energy dependence. Yeah. This eco-industrial park based on industrial symbiosis within the industry, all of industry in the industrial park. And then the other example, the successful example is industrial symbiosis evolution, eco-industrial park Kallenberg in Denmark. This symbiosis starting in 1961 was led by the city of Kallenberg, Dong Energy as nice power station, and also the refinery and Novo Nordisk. Novo Nordisk is pharmaceutical industries. This is one of the best pharmaceutical industries in the world. Yeah. This symbiosis developed between the city and also the industry, as well as the industry of energy, refinery, and also pharmaceutical by the evolution. Yeah. And then this symbiosis, one of waste from one industry, serve as this one, serve as the resources, the raw material to another industry. For example, this is a fly ash from Dong Energy as nice power station is raw material for the cement industries. And also this is the heat from Dong Energy as nice power station supply to the municipality of Kallenberg. Yeah, so this municipality of Kallenberg decrease the utilization of coal as the source of energy in the winter. And all of these processes is based on the symbiosis industry. This is the result symbiosis industry in Kallenberg. Yeah. Lesson learned from the symbiosis industry in Kallenberg is that industrial background are different each other, but they are looking for the forms of cooperation each other. Secondly, the development of cooperation is based on business consideration that benefit each other, not only benefit in the economic aspect, but also benefit on environmental aspect. Third is the proximity of distance between industry. Yeah, so because all of industry that cooperate is within the industrial park. And also closeness of the thinking patterns of industry players. Although the business field is different, and willingness to understand each other to improve economic and also environmental benefit. Ladies and gentlemen, the development of eco-industrial park also coupled with this one, the development of industry 4.0. The result is smart eco-industrial park. That it means that eco-industrial park utilize artificial intelligence and develop smart factory for controlling the processes in the industry, also monitoring of environmental aspect within the industry by industrial park management. And then the last of my presentation concerning eco-industrial park is that industrial estate are not just as land and infrastructure separate area only. The role of industrial estate management, starting from planning, design, and operation of green industrial estate, and then turning an industrial estate into a green industrial area, and also developing smart green industrial estate. That the result is a benefit of economic, environmental, and social. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. So the time and screen for the moderator. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Purwanto. And indeed, this is a really great idea that many industries integrating into one place and imitating like an ecosystem. And we can discuss now. And first of all, I will explain about how to. So the question and answer can be delivered directly by clicking the raise hand button, and I will prioritize this method. And or you can deliver your question indirectly using chat box, or if you are live streaming in YouTube, I will read your question in the chat box. So, is there any questions to all the speakers? First, I will scroll down the list of participants who maybe raise hand. Okay. Maybe still no question from the directly method. So in my hand, I have several questions from the Slido application. So first is Miss Rizky Adian Prasasti. Miss Rizky Adian Prasasti, maybe you can, you may turn on your microphone and camera to ask directly the question to the speakers. Okay. Maybe I will read the question. So first one is to Professor Purwanto. She asked about can we implement EIP principle in non-eco industrial park? And can you give us some examples in Indonesia? Maybe you can answer first, Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. In principle, there are two activities. First is how to greening, to develop existing industrial park to eco-industrial park. That is the tools for greening industrial park, existing industrial park to eco-industrial park is by use. First is implementing cleaner production, and then implementing eco-efficiency, develop industrial ecology, including industrial symbiosis. And then the result is from existing industrial park, and then the result is eco-industrial park. That is that eco-industrial park, the industry within the industrial park collaborate each other to improve economic, environmental, and also social performance. Yeah. And then in Indonesia, right now, there are two programs to develop from industrial park to become eco-industrial park. First is in Batam. Second is around Jakarta area. Yeah. That is my answer concerning how to develop industrial park to eco-industrial park. Yeah. And second is planning from the beginning a new eco-industrial park, not planning from the beginning industrial park, but the principle of eco-industrial park is developing from the planning, construction, and operation for new industrial park. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Purwanto. And I hope it's clear enough to answer your question, Ms. Rizky. And still from Ms. Rizky to Mr. Suko. Mr. Suko from Adikarya. The question is, Adi has expanded to waste management business. So how this transformation is smoothly controlled by the management? And is there any trouble while transitioning this business? Mr. Suko, are you with us now? Mr. Suko, maybe. Okay, Mr. Suko maybe not connected. So I will proceed the question to Professor Prasad. This still from same person. And the question to Professor Prasad is, when we want to produce gold from an electronic waste, we have to remove all of the metals except gold, which is maybe costly. So how do you think about it? Maybe you may answer the question first, Professor Prasad. Professor, would you please unmute your microphone?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is the bacterial leaching is a specialized technique. Different bacteria are used for leaching. Then specifically gold ions will be recovered by electroplating technique after so many preparations. Is not one step, just recovery. Then anybody can do business. So the electronic waste containing gold components will be subjected to some of the processes mentioned: bioleaching, bacterial leaching, fungal leaching processes. And then it will be fractionated and subjected to electroplating for recovery. You see, it is a final step is electroplating recovery technique from the mixtures. So this kind of recovery is economical for precious metals. I just give an example. Say, for example, there are cancer patients. Cancer chemotherapy is use of cisplatin drugs, platinum-based drugs. Now, the patient urine is collected, and from the urine, platinum is recovered. It is demonstrated. So platinum is more expensive than gold. So is a technique, well established phytomining techniques, different metallurgical processes. There are many preparative steps, but the quantum, it depends on how much of the waste is compiled, and based on that, by mass balancing, one can make how much gold can be recovered. There was a paper published in 1997 in Nature, Harvest Gold from Plant. Now, is it possible to harvest gold from the plants? It is not figurative speech. It is a fact. It was demonstrated. They have collected the abandoned gold mine soil in pots, put it in greenhouse, used genetically modified plant with high efficiency transporters. They are genetically engineered plants. Plants take up gold ion, accumulate, then they are harvested, dried, burnt, and from the ash, gold was recovered. This was experimented in New Zealand in 1996-97, and they found it is economical, harvesting gold. So there are many patents. Sometimes certain minerals are used, injected into the plant root like a drip irrigation. Some of them can be leachates like EDTA and so on, enable the plant to concentrate more from the diffused environment. Then the plant biomass is reduced to ash. And from the ash, electroplating. Electroplating, all of you are engineers, and electroplating is well established. So that is the process. So there are many patents, technologies available in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Farsad, for your answers. And I hope it can answer the questions. So I have a question to Professor Purwanto. Excuse me, there is a question in directly method. It's Dr. Sudarno. Maybe could you please turn on your camera and microphone and ask your question directly? Excuse me, Dr. Sudarno, could you please unmute?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Professor Prasad, Professor Purwanto, and also Mr. Suko. Very, very nice presentation for today. And my question to Professor Prasad about the electronic waste. Yeah, I think in Indonesia we also have a problem with electronic waste. As Professor Prasad already mentioned about the e-waste in India, and but until now, sometimes other countries export e-waste to Indonesia. Yeah, of course, Indonesia government sometimes need about the electronic, but could you please explain what the reason other countries export to the developing countries about the electronic waste? Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a very important question, interesting question. Certain countries have invested money and established industries like Malaysia, Indonesia, specific. And in my presentation, I said Nigeria. For example, because of legislation, you see, certain, it amounts to the same question. Certain insecticide, pesticide, toxic chemical factories in Europe and in America, they don't install there because of their law and public protests and so many things. So they are multinational companies, giant industries required for agriculture, but they are all established in other third world countries, Sri Lanka, China, or maybe India, and so on. We had a sad example, Union Carbide pesticide factory, an American company in India, with a major accident. 5,000 people died in one night. That happened in 1983 in central India. So it is also the policy and technology available in the country and is a business. For example, in India, there is a commercial company. They buy asbestos waste and try to recover and dismantle the ships and other bodies which are built with asbestos. Certain countries, asbestos is banned. People cannot get license so easily. So it is a kind of expertise available. And in case of electronic waste, Nigeria, they have a local indigenous industry. It is also their economic growth, employment, and so on. Their government allows, but they buy electronic waste from many countries, about 30 countries. So all the countries export there.
Okay.
So this is a kind of national policy also for economic growth, and also expertise availability, labor willing to work in those industries, and so on. Well, if the country change their policy, they will have to be shut down. Somewhere this has to be treated. Somewhere this kind of waste has to be managed. In Thailand, for example, they do take up this electronic waste illegally or illegally. There were news items. So we should consider in terms of knowledge availability, resource management, and labor technology availability.
Okay, and interesting is, as you mentioned in your presentation, top 15 institute on e-waste research is not in India, also in Indonesia.
Pardon?
I mean, you mentioned in your presentation that there are 15 institutes focused on e-waste research.
Yes.
And there are no come from the Indonesia or come from the India. Actually, this is the big chance for us, actually.
You see, this was in 2019 data. You take from many European countries. You see, in the world has about 200 countries. Out of that, 12 to 13 are from China. For example, in Shanghai, they have a global leader institute. So all the people in the institute work on electronic waste only. So they specialized. So it's a question of specialization, problem, opportunity.
Okay.
And only one, the 15th institution is in Nigeria, Ibadan.
Okay, University of Ibadan, yeah? Okay. Yes.
And also the regulation, global regulation, environmental legislations, and so on.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Prasad.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Professor Prasad and Dr. Sudarno. And next, we have one person who wants to ask question. It's Mr. Wiwik Budiawan. Would you please unmute and please deliver your questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is for the Prof. Purwanto. I'm curious about industrial park. I am Budiam from industrial engineering. So what is the real challenges of industrial park in Indonesia? And if we have the industrial park in Indonesia, how about the relation or linkage with the local economy? We have the industrial park. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, nice question concerning industrial park. So the problem right now is how the development of industrial park, if the development is only to provide land for industrial inside industrial park. Yeah. So the government support the development of eco-industrial park in the beginning, starting from the planning of industrial park within and that we call as industrial zone. Yeah. Industrial zone consists of first is industrial park, second is small, medium industrial cluster or industrial center. And third is individual industrial within industrial zone. Yeah. For example, at the moment, at the present, so there are many development of industrial park. Yeah, we call right now is industrial park. But in terms of environmental, we should develop from existing industrial park, transforming to eco-industrial park by implementing that I mentioned before, such as implementation of cleaner production in the industry within the park, and then eco-efficiency in the industry within the park, and also the collaboration between the industry in the park is by symbiosis industry and the development of ecology industry as well as industrial ecosystem within the park. For example, in Central Java, at the moment there are the development of industrial park in Kendal Industrial Park, and then Batang Industrial Park, and then Brebes. So in terms of economically, the development of industrial park will develop also the industry within industrial park, as well as the utilization of raw materials, transforming raw materials from the local raw material and also renewable material as raw material to transforming the product. And that is the benefit, direct benefit also is the utilization and development of human resources around industrial park. That is the benefit, and not only the benefit, economically benefit, but also environmentally and also social benefit around the industrial park. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Because I see Indonesia local economy as a big opportunity and support the PDB of Indonesia. So maybe if we talk about the industrial park, also support for local economy is the best opportunity also for Indonesia. Thank you, Mr. Purwanto.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Wiwik and Professor Purwanto. And just now I think I saw someone raise hand, but now no longer raise his hand. So okay, maybe Mr. Vanilo wants to ask a question on your camera and microphone, so you can deliver your question directly.
Good morning to everyone. My question is about there are any meeting or conferences about sharing management or experience which meet every country in management of electronic waste. That is my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, the question is for Professor Prasad. Or
I will. I have to do little homework. I will send to the moderators, Professor Bimas or somebody, to some teachers. I will write email to the conference secretariat. Right now, I don't remember. There are annual events coming, so many. I don't remember exactly. I cannot give incorrect answer for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Prasad.
There are some dedicated. There are some conferences in the broad area of environmental management and sustainability. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vaniri. And maybe you can contact the committee or directly to Professor Prasad to deliver your questions. And unfortunately, we reached to the end of the discussion session. So before we move on to the parallel sections, We will first give the certificate to our keynote speakers. There are Mr. Suko, Professor Prasad, and Professor Purwanto. Maybe the committee can show the certificate now. Okay. First certificate goes to Professor Prasad, the certificate of appreciation for the contribution. Thank you very much, Professor Prasad. It's a great honor for us to know your knowledge, your experience, and also your knowledge about the e-waste management. And also, we of course, hopefully, we can meet or join in other chances. Thank you very much, Professor Prasad. Please accept our certificate of appreciation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Professor Dr. Engineer Purwanto, DEA. Please kindly accept our certificate of appreciation for the contribution as the keynote speakers. Thank you very much, Professor Purwanto. It's really nice to discuss with you, and so we can hopefully the eco-industrial park also can be developed further in Indonesia. Thank you very much, Professor. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe unfortunately, Mr. Suko,
Yes.
maybe okay.
He's on the screen.
On screen. Next maybe Mr. Suko. Okay. I'm so sorry for the technical issues for Mr. Suko. Maybe we can deliver the question directly to you in after this session. And please kindly accept our certificate of appreciation as the keynote speakers today. It's really honor to hear that Eddie has expanded further in the environmental sector. So hopefully we can discuss in another chances. Thank you very much, Mr. Suko. Okay. And then now we finally approach at the end of the second plenary session. And I am Pertiwi Andarani. On the behalf of the committee, to apologize for any inconvenience during this second plenary session, and fully appreciate all of the contribution from keynote speakers and all participants. And thank you very much for your contribution. Best regard from us. Thank you.
First of all, we would like to say thank you to Mrs. Pertiwi Andarani as the moderator of this second session. And also, it is such an amazing material from Mr. Asuko Widigdo, ST, MT, MN, who already gave material regarding a new paradigm in waste management.
We also would like to say thank you very much to Professor Majeti Narasimha Varaprasad from India, who already delivering such interesting material regarding electronic waste management and treatment technologies.
As well as big thank you to Professor Dr. Insinyur Purwanto, DEA, from Indonesia, who already explained the material regarding environmental aspect on eco-industrial park development.
We hope that the knowledge will be useful for us in the future.
Now, moving on to the next session. This session is going to be a break session. All participants may have a rest for 35 minutes.
However, please kindly stay in the Zoom meeting and do not leave the meeting in order for the organizer to be easier in allocating the room for the next session.
Since after this, we are going to have a parallel session, all participants may get back at the room again at 12:40 p.m. in GMT +7.
Thank you and stay with us.
Did you know? According to the most recent ILO global estimates, 2.78 million work-related deaths are recorded every year, of which 2.4 million are related to occupational diseases. It not only brings suffering for workers and their families, but the losses in terms of compensation, lost workdays, interrupted production, training and conversion, as well as healthcare expenditure, represent around 3.94% of the world's annual GDP. Not to mention, COVID-19 has brought the world economy to its knees. The vulnerable communities are becoming more vulnerable. Hence, a further study of the environmental health system, modeling and risk analysis are exceptionally needed. It's time for you to contribute.
The world was once fine, at least before two conditions occurred in humans. We are getting smarter, and we are getting more and more proliferated. The ever-evolving human mind allows us to exploit nature and continue to create new things and activities. From making food producing plastic, mining gold, and building buildings. Unfortunately, almost every activity we do produces residue, which is simply referred to as waste. This waste estuary will lead to environmental pollution. Cloudy water, dirty water, acid rain, and a ceiling filled with pollution. We keep feeling it, but we keep doing it. Doing exploitation that hurts the earth. The smarter we are, the more we throw away. There are many beauties on earth. There are also many miracles. But in the midst of this beauty, It is necessary to realize that the earth is not okay. The number of vehicles used, factory smoke that doesn't have a filter, will lead to uncontrolled air pollution. One of the causes of air pollution is acid rain. Excessive use of water on a household scale will increase the amount of wastewater. Factory production processed water, if not managed, will cause water pollution. What we need to believe is that all the processes, all of our activities will have an impact to the environment. Our role is to be very aware of protecting the earth from damage.
Welcome the second International Conference on Environment Sustainability.
Thank you. Have a nice virtual conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi
to the COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen,
INCRID 2020. My name is Ina Bagus.
all the participants.
Most effective is important.
I'm Swipe Semiaga. I'm from Uganda.
And this is another way.
Yeah, actually,
the data of
and then this is in the
analysis of urban waste potential case study of Jakarta benefit staff. Okay, let's data of Red Road, Maslows. Is anyone?
Here we go.
The best paper of INCRID 2020.
Did you know? According to the most recent ILO global estimates, 2.78 million work-related deaths are recorded every year, of which 2.4 million are related to occupational diseases. It not only brings suffering for workers and their families, but the losses in terms of compensation, lost workdays, interrupted production, training and conversion, as well as healthcare expenditure represent around 3.94% of the world's annual GDP. Not to mention, COVID-19 has brought the world economy to its knees. The vulnerable communities are becoming more vulnerable. Hence, a further study of the environmental health system, modeling and risk analysis are exceptionally needed. It's time for you to contribute.
The world was once fine, at least before two conditions occurred in humans. We are getting smarter, and we are getting more and more proliferated. The ever-evolving human mind allows us to exploit nature and continue to create new things and activities. From making food producing plastic, mining gold, and building buildings. Unfortunately, almost every activity we do produces residue, which is simply referred to as waste. This waste estuary will lead to environmental pollution. Cloudy water, dirty water, acid rain, and a ceiling filled with pollution. We keep feeling it, but we keep doing it. Doing exploitation that hurts the earth. The smarter we are, the more we throw away. There are many beauties on earth. There are also many miracles. But in the midst of this beauty, it is necessary to realize that the earth is not okay. The number of vehicles used, factory smoke that doesn't have a filter, will lead to uncontrolled air pollution. One of the causes of air pollution is acid rain. Excessive use of water on a household scale, will increase the amount of wastewater. Factory production process water, if not managed, will cause water pollution. What we need to believe is that all the processes, all of our activities will have an impact to the environment. Our role is to be very aware of protecting the earth from damage.
Welcome the second International Conference on Environment Sustainability.
Thank you. Have a nice virtual conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To the COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen,
INCRID 2020. My name is Ina Bagus.
all the participants.
Most effective is important.
I'm Swipe Semiaga. I'm from Uganda.
And this is another way.
Yeah, actually,
the data of
And then this is the mineral waste. And this project, the total is about 8.6% of the total.
Natural Technology and Economic Analysis of Urban Waste Potential Case Study of Geneva Benefits Staff. Okay, let's data of Red Road mass loss. Is anyone?
Here we go.
The best paper of INCRID 2020.
Did you know? According to the most recent ILO global estimates, 2.78 million work-related deaths are recorded every year, of which 2.4 million are related to occupational diseases. It not only brings suffering for workers and their families, but the losses in terms of compensation, lost workdays, interrupted production, training and conversion, as well as healthcare expenditure represent around 3.94% of the world's annual GDP. Not to mention, COVID-19 has brought the world economy to its knees. The vulnerable communities are becoming more vulnerable. Hence, a further study of the environmental health system, modeling and risk analysis are exceptionally needed. It's time for you to contribute.
The world was once fine, at least before two conditions occurred in humans. We are getting smarter, and we are getting more and more proliferated. The ever-evolving human mind allows us to exploit nature and continue to create new things and activities. From making food producing plastic, mining gold, and building buildings. Unfortunately, almost every activity we do produces residue, which is simply referred to as waste. This waste estuary will lead to environmental pollution. Cloudy water, dirty water, acid rain, and a ceiling filled with pollution. We keep feeling it, but we keep doing it. Doing exploitation that hurts the earth. The smarter we are, the more we throw away. There are many beauties on earth. There are also many miracles. But in the midst of this beauty, it is necessary to realize that the earth is not okay. The number of vehicles used, factory smoke that doesn't have a filter, will lead to uncontrolled air pollution. One of the causes of air pollution is acid rain. Excessive use of water on a household scale will increase the amount of wastewater. Factory production processed water, if not managed, will cause water pollution. What we need to believe is that all the processes, all of our activities will have an impact to the environment. Our role is to be very aware of protecting the earth from damage.
welcome the second International Conference on Environment Sustainability.
Thank you. Have a nice virtual conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To the COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen,
INCRID 2020. My name is
Most effective is important.
I'm Swipe Semiaga. I'm from Uganda.
And this is another way.
Yeah, actually,
The data of
and then the system integrates and this project, the total is about 8.6% of the total.
Agile technology and economic analysis of urban waste potential case study opportunity management with staff. Okay, let's data of Red Road Maslows. Is anyone?
Here we go.
The best paper of INCRID 2020.
Did you know? According to the most recent ILO global estimates, 2.78 million work-related deaths are recorded every year, of which 2.4 million are related to occupational diseases. It not only brings suffering for workers and their families, but the losses in terms of compensation, lost workdays, interrupted production, training and conversion, as well as healthcare expenditure, represent around 3.94% of the world's annual GDP. Not to mention, COVID-19 has brought the world economy to its knees. The vulnerable communities are becoming more vulnerable. Hence, a further study of the environmental health system, modeling and risk analysis are exceptionally needed. It's time for you to contribute.
The world was once fine, at least before two conditions occurred in humans. We are getting smarter, and we are getting more and more proliferated. The ever-evolving human mind allows us to exploit nature and continue to create new things and activities. From making food, producing plastic, mining gold, and building buildings. Unfortunately, almost every activity we do produces residue, which is simply referred to as waste. This waste estuary will lead to environmental pollution. Cloudy water, dirty water, acid rain, and a ceiling filled with pollution. We keep feeling it, but we keep doing it. Doing exploitation that hurts the earth. The smarter we are, the more we throw away. There are many beauties on earth. There are also many miracles. But in the midst of this beauty, it is necessary to realize that the earth is not okay. The number of vehicles used, factory smoke that doesn't have a filter, will lead to uncontrolled air pollution. One of the causes of air pollution is acid rain. Excessive use of water on a household scale will increase the amount of wastewater. Factory production processed water, if not managed, will cause water pollution. What we need to believe is that all the processes, all of our activities will have an impact to the environment. Our role is to be very aware of protecting the earth from damage.
gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to INCRID 2021. Before we proceed to the next session, we would like to ask the participant to fill the registration form that we have already shared in the chat room. Now moving on to the next session is the seventh session of the event, which is the parallel session. Please enter the breakout room according to the division of the room. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Okay, I think everybody, the participant is already inside this room. So let's start. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the parallel session of the third International Conference on Environment, Sustainability Issues and Community Development INCRID 2020. But first of all, can you hear my voice clear? Okay. Okay, thank you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Justina Metanoia Puspariskita as moderator for this parallel session. Today's program is reflected in your program book, but we will deliver more details. The first is the opening parallel session by moderator that already done by me. But before we start the presentation, there are some rules of the parallel session. In this presentation session, the participants are expected to do screen sharing using their laptop. If a problem occurs, the presenter may contact the public relations team, VR contact. Second, the participants are expected to turn off the microphone except presentation session. Next, the time given to deliver the material is 10 minutes and 5 minutes for a question and answer session. And I will remind you 2 minutes left for the presentation time. And during the presentation, the presenter is required to turn on the camera on the device. And last, in the Q&A session, participants are expected to use the raise hand feature. After that, the moderator will invite the participants to speak. So, without further ado, let's start with the first presenter. In my list, please welcome Mr. Nasir Nayan. And the paper title is Environmental Awareness Among Youth in District of Keamanan Terengganu, Malaysia. The time is yours, Mr. Nasir Nayan.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Thank you, Miss Chairperson, Miss Justina Puspariskita. My name is Nasir bin Nayan. I'm with a few friends listed here as Muhammad Isa Hashim, Yazid Saleh, Hanifah Mahad, Madeline Henry Luyan, Nur Husna Syafiqah Nazri, Nur Milani, Professor Suharini, and also Edi Kurniawan, Nurul Khotimah, and also the Ashari, who's coming from the 4 universities, from the University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia, from the Universitas Lambung Mangkurat in Borneo section in Kalimantan. We also have the friends from Universitas Negeri Semarang, and I think it's near to Undip. And also we have the friends from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Okay, that's for the introduction. And I would like to present and I would like to share with you a paper titled Environmental Awareness Among Youth in District of Keamanan, Terengganu, Malaysia. And as we know, I would like to I would like to end the session in 10 minutes time. Okay. for the introduction, as we know, the environment is God most richest and beautiful creation that we can see around us, either in living or non-living creature. Okay, it is exists naturally and on Earth's surface, and I think everywhere we can see the environment surrounding us with a unique kind of living. Okay, these natural resources are readily available to all kind of people to meet their basic needs, and at the same time, men, especially among the youth, sometimes underestimate the resources obtained through the environment, and that these natural resources have been reduced little by little from time to time for our basic need. As we know, maybe we can see the large-scale deforestation, even in global warming kind of situation nowadays, and even sometimes water pollution. At one time, it will give us something really bad to men too. Okay. And at the same time, if we can see the relation to men's is education. As we know, people with knowledge, people with education might have something in mind, a good mind through towards their environment and whatever. Okay, as the education significantly impact the various opportunity of your human life to acquire and also maintain their quality of life. Okay, if people have the education, we believe that they will act accordingly to certain value. Okay, and at the same time, the education also will show the individual ability to manage a quality life, because economic and social factor. Okay, and every human being must get the education to prevent the backwardness of a country. A people who lack the education will have something backward, something not good to the country. Okay, the knowledge gain is considered a way of life to ensure the central pillar in making the decision making is accurate, precise, and meaningful decision. Okay, and education is continuous learning process and will usually lead to the changes in human behavior in the future. As we know, the education maybe we can get either in a formal kind of education or a non-formal kind of education. Okay. For the awareness, as we know, a public awareness, especially among youth in environmental care, is vital. It's important to ensure survival in the future. Environmental environment education aims to change behaviors or values and build a personality through a relationship or respond with the natural world and empower communities to change the world. And we can assume people with the awareness, people with education will see differently the environment for the others. Okay, environmental issues are becoming a hot topic where global temperatures, as we know, are rising, leading to severe incident in Australia. We have the forest fire nowadays, where extreme forest fires have resulted in animal deaths reaching nearly to 1 million. Okay, a situation occurs due to irresponsible human hands caring for the environment and thinking only of self-profit, either individual, organization, or a people, a party that can get the profit from that. Okay, and as we know, the rapid economic development and human civilization have led to high human dependence on the environment. Okay, for the materials and methodology that we publish in this article, in this paper, okay, as we know, the Peninsula Malaysia, in Malaysia, we have two, let's say, two main land area. What we have in Borneo, we have Sabah, and we have also the Sarawak, and at the same time we have the Peninsula Malaysia. Where Peninsula Malaysia, we have a few states there. Okay, even in Peninsula Malaysia, we have in west, and also in the east, where in the most of the urbanized area is located in the west compared to the east. Okay, but in this paper we look at the state in the east where most of the foreigner from coming from the what we call it from Europe or from Germany and so on have settled down in what we call it in Dungun in what we call it in district because of the location where Petronas, and I believe in, if I'm not mistaken, in Indonesia we have the petroleum organization too, where the what we call it, the oil coming from the sea and stored in the this district before distributed to the what we call it, the for the export and so on. Okay, that's why we choose the this study area with the expectation we can have the youth with people that we have the high knowledge and high awareness. Okay. For the data, we use the questionnaires where 357 questionnaires have been distributed according to the table of Crenchey and Morgan in 1970, where we do the simple random sampling, which we believe that provides opportunity for all youth population in each district to answer the questionnaire. Okay, and we are also looking at the at age range of 18 years to 40 years in the study of the Kemaman district. Even sometime people will also take the age at they start at 15, but for for this paper we start with the 18 years old to the 40 years old. Okay. The analysis that we try to do in this paper is only descriptive and also a simple linear relationship with the Pearson correlation R with the significant level 99%, where we use the SPS application to have to get the result. Okay, where the correlation coefficient value R, it can be seen in the right table where we can get the very strong relationship to the no relationship and very weak, medium and strong relationship with the variables from the questionnaire. Okay, for the result and discussion, okay, for the respondent demographic, what we have 357 respondent, where for the most of the what we call it, our respondent are coming from the Chukai sub-district, the most urbanized sub-district in Kemaman, where at the same time we have some percentage coming from the other sub district. Okay. For the area, we can see the most of the use are coming from the urban area. Reflect back to the either a Chukai or Kertih, where are classified as an urban area. Some people are coming from the rural due to working condition where they settle down in the suburban area, but they working on the urban area. And
you have
what
2
we get.
minutes left, Mr. Nasir.
Okay, we jump to the knowledge of the environment. I use knowledge because we are looking at 3 kind of variable: knowledge, awareness, and practice. Some people might see the knowledge is high, but at the same time, the awareness is low, and at the same time, we found some people didn't practice what they know about the environment. That will be a problem for the youth. Okay, because the knowledge that we can get is from the formal education background, from the year age 7 to the 17 years old, where we believe that the curriculum, environment curriculum, had enough to put the knowledge of environment to the youth. But at the same time, we see that the after they finish the either the high school or secondary school, they have something low in either their attitudes or practice. That will be something to be concerned about. Something need to take care of. Okay, that will be the what we call it a main result from the our paper today. And for the relationship that we found, even the knowledge is high, but at the same time the practice and also the awareness is still low. We need to do something on the situation, either maybe we need to what we call it, the look at the curriculum and so on, or we need to have hands-on on the practice and awareness. Thank you very much, and I would like to have any question if arise the question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nasir, for the presentation. If you have any question, please raise your hand, or you can just write in the chat box. Are there any questions? Okay. Okay, I think everybody is clear with your presentation, Mr. Nasir. Thank you for the nice presentation.
Thank you again. Okay.
Okay, when you have any more questions, you can contact Mr. Nasir by yourself. Okay, let's moving to the second presenter. I would like to call Mr. Ahmad Cahyadi, and the paper title is Temporal Variation in the Water Quality of Beton Spring Gunung Sewu Karst Area in Indonesia.
Yes, I am.
Okay, are you ready? Okay, the time is yours.
Okay, you can see my presentation, Ms. Justina. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself. My name is Ahmad Cahyadi. I'm a student and researcher at the CARS Research Group, Faculty of Geography, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. On this occasion, allow me to present my research with the title Temporal Variation in the Water Quality of Beton Spring, Gunung Sewu, Kars Area, Indonesia. This presentation consists of 5 parts, namely background, research objective, research method, result and discussion, and conclusion. In Kars area, spring in the Kars area have a big role in meeting water needs. The development of large dissolution conduit cause high groundwater vulnerability to contaminant in Kars area. You can see in the figure in the bottom. The allogenic recharge is groundwater recharge originating from
Recording in progress. 15% of the waste in two rivers in Jakarta. These studies provide a serious picture of the waste issue. Short time. Agile bureaucracy has new challenges in the waste problem in this pandemic era. The methodology research on public issue in the waste problem is carried using qualitative method. Data collection were carried through the documentation, interview, and observation. Documentation technique are carried by collecting data from online mass media and official website from government. Interview were conducted with waste management officer. Observation were made at several community management waste sites. This research has been looking for information to information related to the public problem that have arisen in the pandemic era and how the solution can be taken by the government. The triangulation technique has been carried by comparing one finding on one data source and compare with other data source. Interactive data analysis technique carried out by condensing data, display, selecting data, and draw conclusion based on finding of the research field. Result and discussion. There are two big parts on this in this scan. Yeah, the first about public issue in waste affairs pandemic era. The increase in the volume of household waste and medical waste from household has become a new public problem in the pandemic era. The volume of household waste and medical waste from household give a rise to several further problems. The first one about spatial processing of medical waste. In the pandemic era, household waste did not only produce more household waste. More than that, household contributed a lot of medical waste. Medical waste such as masks, gloves, face shield, and medicine packs is a familiar sight in household waste. Education to residents about the importance of sterilizing medical waste before throwing it into the resident trash cans is still minimal. And even if there are residents who already know, they don't do it seriously. The second one, the safety of waste management officer and health insurance for waste management officer. Waste management officer need to receive education on safe household medical waste management technique. Waste management officer must also be equipped with personal protective equipment when dealing with household medical waste. Education and personal protective equipment when dealing with household medical waste. Waste management officer in this pandemic era must also get health insurance. The third one, the adjustment of volume-based waste fee system. During this pandemic era, the volume of household waste has increased significantly. The cost incurred by government to manage increasing waste will certainly increase. So the government or waste manager should consider option for implementing volume-based waste fee system on the volume produced by household. The second part about agile bureaucracy for public issue in waste affairs in the pandemic era. The waste problem in this pandemic turned out to be very fast and dynamic. Bureaucracy, including waste manager, will find rapid environmental changes. Therefore, the bureaucracy must be agile. Waste manager must get out of their comfort zone and more faster than normal condition to be able to anticipate an increasingly complex policy environment. Public issue regarding medical waste processing, safety and health insurance for waste officer, and adjustment of volume-based waste fee system are concrete example of how the waste management bureaucracy should not rely solely on old solution to deal with waste problem that have changed rapidly and require solution. Agile bureaucracy must provide many studies as evidence before taking a policy. This is important because policy as a solution to no public problem in this pandemic era must meet the aspect of substance, juridical and sociological rationality. In addition, policymaking must also pay attention to development of science and technology, which can help the bureaucracy to solve public problems. Conclusion, there are at least three further public issues that have arisen due to the increase in household waste and household medical waste in this pandemic era. The first one about medical waste processing, the second one about safety and health insurance for waste officer, and the last adjustment of volume-based waste fee system. This emerging problem must be addressed by the bureaucracy quickly and develop evidence-based solution. Therefore, an agile bureaucracy is needed that can recognize problems, read opportunities, and take action or policies that can be accounted for rationally, scientifically, and democratically. This is last page of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. I give back to the moderator. Thank you, Mr. Haffi.
Okay, thank you. Give applause to Mr. Duyanto for nice presentation. Now we still have 5 minutes for discuss about public issue in waste affair in the public era as a challenge for agile bureaucracy. Okay, please for all participants, if you have a question, please raise hand and deliver to Mr. Duyanto. Please. Okay, any question? We still have 5 minutes. Maybe I have one question for you, sir. You said that now domestic waste less than before the in the pandemic era, and now domestic waste moved to the medical waste with like mask, gloves, and etc. So that is the public issue, right? If anyone asks you what can a government do for the issue, what's your answer, sir?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hasfi. Yeah, government have to give education to the resident, to the public. If they have a household medical waste, they must sterilizing it, then to put it on the package that close. And the second, the waste managers, manager officer, give education to to operate it different with the other household waste. Yeah, it make to incinerator machine, and the household officer, waste officer have insurance, yeah, health insurance. If they sick, they connect with COVID-19, they can save their health and life. I think it is enough.
Okay, thank you, sir. Maybe the point is government must make a system that will be manage the waste from the source
until the waste is burned in incinerator. Right?
Okay. Right.
Okay. We still have maybe 1 minute for discussion. Any question for Mr. Duyanto? Oh, Mr. Duyanto, please say your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm curious, what your method for to assess the government policy, and also you said that you can suggest like the question by Mr. Hasbi about implementation in Indonesia. What is a method is your study? Maybe it's a good opportunity for us if we know that your method and implement to another issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wiwi. I can answer now?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Okay. My research concern on bureaucracy have to change. Yeah, this is a better. This is a different condition with a normal condition. Pandemic era give a lot of learning to bureaucracy to agile. Yeah, to respond public issue, public problems directly and fastly. Yeah. Bureaucracy cannot run with normal and routine program or activities. This is a better. This is a difference. Yeah, bureaucracy must agile. Keep the public problem faster and give a solution faster. Also faster. That is maybe in the key answer to bureaucracy to give a good policy to waste affairs in this pandemic era and after this pandemic. Yeah, I think this is a concern of my study or research.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Duyanto.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wiwi. Also, thank you to Mr. Duyanto for nice presentation. Okay, now we go on to the next presenter. In this class, we have Miss Yvonne Desi Komalasari with the title is A Study of the Clean Water Supply System, case study of the Pemalang Regency Water Supply Company. Please welcome to Miss Yvonne Desi Komalasari. Time and place are yours.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Increase in the number of workers. The additional working hours are 1 hour, 2 hours, and 3 hours. The data needed in this study were obtained directly from the project party in the field, which are time schedule and S-curve, budget plan, unit price analysis, and project drawing. After the necessary data is obtained, the first thing to do is to identify the project conditions and the relationship between activities and the duration of each activity using Microsoft Project. The duration of each activity and the relationship of each activity are obtained from the time schedule. The data processing is carried out with the help of the Microsoft Project program to determine the critical trajectory of this project that is formed in the network. And the critical activities obtained are listed here. The additional working hours can be made in accordance with the desired additional working hours. The greater the addition of overtime hours, it can cause a decrease in productivity. The coefficient of decline in productivity can be seen in the table here. The calculation of the price of labor wages on the RAB by calculating the index in accordance with the alternative studies. Thus, the unit price of workers' wages will also change from the normal price. Then the same calculation is carried out with the previous alternative working hours, namely crash duration, crash cost, and cost slope. After getting the cost slope value of each critical activity, then the project duration is reduced starting from the critical activity that has the lowest cost slope value. With the help of the Microsoft project, it is known the total duration of project and activities that are on a critical path after accelerating with previous alternatives, as shown in the table below. And based on the result of the time cost trade-off analysis on the Universitas Negeri Medan project, it can be concluded that an additional 10% of the workforce from the original is more profitable, where the optimum time for accelerating the duration of the project is 171 calendar days, and the optimum cost caused by the acceleration, the duration of the project is around 14 billion rupiah. That's all my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Ms. Gea. Is there any question for the presenter? You can raise hand by, you can write in chat or you can talk directly. Is it anyone? No? Okay, maybe if not, I have a question about the conclusion. So the number of the this one is the cost. Oh, I see. So you choose the 10% is based on the lowest total cost or what?
It is for the best total cost because the duration is not really significant. The difference of the duration days is not really significant in difference.
Oh, so you choose the optimum option based on the duration.
Yeah.
And okay. Okay, then thank you very much, Miss Gea Gebi. And we continue to the next presenter, the fourth presenter, Mr. Susanto, with the paper title, Spatial Distribution Change of Groundwater Quality in Deep Aquifer of Semarang Alluvial Plains Area in past 5 years. To Mr. Susanto, time is yours.
Mamangke with the title Rainwater Harvesting as an Alternative of Fresh Water Supply in Balikpapan City, a case study of Institute Teknologi Kalimantan. For Mr. Encristo Tioni Mamangke, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you.
I'm so sorry, Miss.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, okay. Is my screen visible?
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all the committee of INCRID 2021 and the participant of this conference for giving me opportunities to present my paper. Okay, my paper entitled Rainwater Harvesting as an Alternative of Fresh Water Supply in Balikpapan City, a case study of Institute Teknologi Kalimantan. Okay. Currently, 73% of the water demand in Balikpapan was only supplied from Manggar Reservoir, and it will continue decreasing parallelly with the increasing population. Regarding the population issues and the government planning for the new capital city of Indonesia, Balikpapan will be a buffer city that is facing serious risks in water supply issues in the future. Therefore, this study seeks to analyze an alternative of water supply. Following the concept in water-sensitive urban design, the rainwater harvesting method was chosen for preventive analysis, and Institute Teknologi Kalimantan, as one of the reputable universities in Balikpapan, will be taken as a study location. Okay. The research was conducted at the study site in 2021 by collecting secondary data in the form of rainfall data, academic civitas, water usage, roof area dimension of each building, and others through the parties concerned. The research continued by collecting the large water needs in the last 3 years as the basis for consideration of the application in the projection for the coming year. Then compared to the large use of water at that time with the supply of rainwater obtained. Projections are made in 2022 until 2042 by optimizing water needs, rainwater supply, for a certain duration as well as possible, savings obtained if applying rainwater harvesting method. This study also calculates the potential of water supply through the rainwater in the mainstay condition and the potential of each unit area on the roof of the building in supplying water. Okay, the research location is located at the ITK campus located in Karanjuang, North Balikpapan. Balikpapan City is Kalimantan, Indonesia. In this study, the average maximum rainfall data in Balikpapan within 10 years can be seen in the following table. And ITK campus currently has 8 existing buildings, and this study utilized the roof area on its ITK campus building as rain catchment area. The roof is quite wide, thought to be used as a rain catch area. The total area of building of the campus ITK is 0.01057 kilometer square, and examples of roof area are as follows. It can be seen on the slide. Okay. The amount of water needs obtained by stimulating of the amount of academic students in each month due to the schedule of lectures and water usage by the academic community of ITK, both students and employees, who do not always achieve the forecast of water usage per day according to Standard National Indonesia, which is 50 to 80 liters per person per day. Therefore, there is a considerable difference in this chart. And with this chart, we know that the amount of water needed is around 988 to 4,501 meter cubic per month. The amount of water supply depends on the intensity of rainfall per month, so that in certain months it can be seen to have a greater supply than the other months. The amount of water supply obtained ranges from 18 meter cubic to 2,448 meter cubic per month. Based on this chart, it can be known that the water supply has the potential to be able to meet water needs based on the amount of water used in real condition. Therefore, it is known that rainwater has the potential in becoming an alternative water source provider. And there will be a substantial savings if this method is implemented in 2018 to 2020, shown through the chart as follows. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay. And next, the research is continued by calculating the potential application of this method in the projection year of 2022 until 2042. The calculation is done by calculating the projected number of academicians in the future each year, water needs, rainwater supply, and the large savings obtained through the application of this method. Okay. Yes. It was obtained that the water supply with a duration 2 hours can meet the estimated water needs at the ITK campus in 2022 until 2042 up to more than 50%. And the amount of water needs in 2022 until 2042 obtained ranges from 3,228 meter cubic until to 16,632 meter cubic with the water supply obtained based on the variation of rain duration of 30 minutes to 2 hours, ranging from 3,790 to 10,697 meter cubic per month. Based on this calculation, the potential of rainwater obtained can save the estimated water usage in the future. The savings gained through the implementation of this method are shown in the table. Okay, next. The research continue by calculating the potential application of this method per unit area of the roof of the building. This is done to know the huge potential if there will be development in the future in order to immediately know the large water supply that can be accommodated by using formulation, a large potential water supply with a variety of rain duration of 30 minutes to 2 hours with a period of 2 to 25 years of rain ranging from 0.0329 meter cubic to 0.0868 meter cubic per rainy day. The calculation result is shown in this chart.
Excuse me, 2 minutes to go.
Okay. Next is potential application of rainwater harvesting method with a mainstay debit. Mainstay debit is the minimum possible discharge that can be met with an 80% chance of discharge. So the chance of lower discharge from the flagship debit is 20%. In calculating the reliability of rainfall and discharge based on the possible events, I use measures according to Standard National Indonesia regulation. Then calculated the mainstay discharge that occurs in the roof area of the ITK campus building based on the mainstay rainfall with a variation in the duration of rain 30 minutes to 2 hours. Therefore, the result of the calculation of flagship debit in all ITK campus buildings are shown through this table. So based on the table, it is known that in the mainstay condition, all existing building on ITK campus can harvest rainwater ranging from 5.062 meter cubic to 8.036 meter cubic. And in conclusion, in the projection of 2022 to 2042, ITK campus is estimated to have water needs ranging from 3,200 meter cubic to 16,600 meter cubic per month. Therefore, a sufficient water source provider is required to meet the needs of water. By knowing the huge potential of rainwater, in the last 3 years, which range from 18 to 2,000 for 400 meter cubic per month, it is known that rainwater has a sufficient potential as an alternative provider of additional water source. The application of rainwater harvesting method is applied is very useful in overcoming the problem of water resource limitation. In addition to providing alternative water source, this method is useful in reducing water consumption and spending large water cost if utilized optimally. In this study, if rainwater harvesting method is applied to ITK campus, it is known that the potential that can be utilized is water supply. In the projection of 2022 to 2042, every month with a rain duration of 30 minutes to 2 hours, ranging from 3,700 meter cubic to 10,600 meter cubic per month, with a percent savings of 24% to 100%, with a surplus of 231% per month, and able to save water expenditure cost of 14 million and to 46 million rupiah. I think that's all that I can say in this session. Time and screen, I will give to moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm so sorry, Miss Envisto. Thank you so much. There is a question in the chat column. This question from Mr. Babukar. I will read the question. In comparison to municipal water quality and well water quality, where does rainwater harvesting stand? I mean, what is the quality of rainwater harvesting? Yes.
For this research, actually, I am not researching for the water quality of rainwater in Balikpapan city. So basically, this is I just want to know the potential of water. So and basically, my research is the quality of the rainwater harvesting is not for consumption. It's just for watering the park, or as it's not for consumption on ITK. I think that's all.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. and Crystal. Okay, I think enough for for your session. Okay, I will continue to the next presenter. Please welcome Muhammad Rizky Maulana with the title Application of Global.
progress. It's produced every day and it's often fresh and heavy. Plastic waste is
you need 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Zulfa. Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My paper would be entitled with Sustainability Matter, an initial parameter for convenience product. The member for this research is Prof. Sudarto Prawata Hadi. The outline of this research would be introduction, methodology, result, discussion, and also conclusion. Yeah, for the introduction, why we interested to do this research, because nowadays the consumer and public awareness to make green concern as an element of product and services is developing, yeah, especially for those consumer or public who has tremendous access to information, high education, experience, and also network. However, in contrast, yeah, the flow of industrialization also grew immensely. And a study has revealed that 100 companies contribute to 70% of CO2 emission and energy use. So it has a significant contribution to the environment. So the awareness of consumer and public awareness, yeah, however, has forced the company to conduct a greenwashing. They do a marketing camouflage to be assumed as a green business. So what is it, greenwashing? Greenwashing is an impression to provide value added for the company, but actually it is harmful to a consumer whose environmental concern, since the green product is a marketing scam. They usually the company who usually done the greenwashing, they use this tagline: sustainable, vegan, cruelty-free, non-toxic, etc. So usually the product that claim to be green are offering higher prices, but with smaller benefit and also riskier. So here, Indonesian consumer especially, yeah, needs an identification, need identifier to easily and validly recognize a green product, especially for the consumer products, which is consumed in high frequency and daily necessity. So this research urged to formulate an initial draft indicator for the sustainability matter of convenience product. For the methodology, we use a literature review to explain the existing green certification and explore the potential for the convenience product certification in Indonesia. We use secondary data, variety of web page of certification institutions, Sukovindo, KLHK, and etc. Also convenience product manufacturers, consumer foundation, government organization in green concern, and etc. That publish any related publication to green certification, triple bottom lines, and manufacturing industries. And then we analyze the data in the form of news, reviews, and videos to be interpreted and synthesized to gain new ideas. And our result has found that industries, however, are competing to get certification because it able to increase the company reputation. And when they have a good reputation, then they will have a better competitiveness index. And current green certification are still limited to design certification and building materials. We hardly found those certification in the area of consumer products. And for example, Pusat Standarisasi Lingkungan and Kehutanan, it has a variety of national standards, 269 for forest management, seeds, nurseries, environmental management, and so on. Yeah. However, those certification are for forestry products, not for convenience product. And then all those certification are related to the natural sustainability dimension, except for the community service standards. So majority of them only use the dimension of planet of triple bottom line. This shows that parameters for certification are still very simple and far from ideal sustainable method, which should also involve people dimension or even any other P which has been developed from triple bottom line. And the existing here, parameters only emphasize on planet, and only a small portion of consumable products are oriented to people dimension, which there is an obligation for information on product and allergen content. Therefore, the proposing parameters should involve product stewardship. For example, integrating stakeholders' perspective into business process. It is also essential to increase reputation and legitimacy of the industry. Also, at the worldwide, the certification that include planet and people are also limited. For example, Fair Trade certification and Rainforest Alliance. Thus, the study then adopted and adjusted the parameters that has been used, and then fulfill the concept of sustainability certificate, which then would be called a sustainability matter, using in apostrophe comprehensive dimension as the following. For example, for the dimension of planet, we will use indicator sensitivity to resource impacts, energy efficiency and conservation, CO2 emission, solid and liquid waste management, water efficiency, and stewardship of material resources and cycle. And then for the dimension of people or a social dimension, we proposing fair labor practices, community development, transparency, civil society, social innovation, also social responsibility. The parameter form a strong institution and industry legitimacy. So it is implementation of a good corporate governance, which is also being focus of the current era. Then, if the company has been marked, has been measured by the sustainability method, they able to be put label such as flag for the percentage of 0 until 20% of the highest number, red for 20 until 40%, blue for 40 until 60, green for 60 until 80, and gold for 80 until 100 of the mark from the sustainable products. It is adopted from proper color. So we conclude that the current green certification, mainly for building and design product,
for Q&A session. So if there's a participant who
assess the level importance of factors based on the weight of each factor. And using 5 Likert scale, each scale represents certain degree. And questionnaire and respondents, the quadruple helix model is used in this research and consists of experts representing academia, government, industry, and community, and consists of 3 parts. The first one is personal data, then measurement of cutoff point value, and then relationship among the driving factors. And through the cutoff point method, the CE circular economy driver has been identified as the importance drivers that affect CE implementation in the industry. The circular economy drivers are government support legislation, economic or financial, resources efficiency, business principle for the environment, corporate image, value product, cost reduction, knowledge of circular economy, customer supplier collaboration, consumer demand, technology availability, environmental safety and management, customer awareness, and also scarcity of resources. So here is the result. The causal diagram is developed by the sum of rows and columns, and the prominence factor, or R plus C, represents the degree of importance of the driving factors in the implementation of circular economy, while the factor relation R minus C is used to plot the driving factors into cause and effect groups. And based on the result, there are 5 indicators which become the priorities of circular economy implementation, which are knowledge of circular economy, government support legislation, consumer awareness, business principle for the environment, and the last one is scarcity of resources. And here's the causal relation map that provides an overview of relationship between one factor and another. And each factor relationship is discovered by calculating the threshold value, or alpha, from the total relation matrix. And the lower value of each cell, then alpha was eliminated for obtaining the inner relationship matrix. And the recommendation that we provide in this research, and the first, and government should formulate a new policy, fiscal, and framework of CE. Sector government regulation will encourage the implementation of CE model. And the second one is landfill policy should be deployed by taking a highly cost on disposal of production waste. And the third one, there is a need for greater collaboration at a horizontal level, and it should be followed by the establishment of collection and retrieval center for used products and waste to enhance the efficiency of natural resource use. And many companies have difficulty to improve their waste management because of the lack of finance. And in order to accelerate the implementation of CE, providing incentive and easy access to credit through restructuring of machinery and equipment will help the company in adopting CE model. And the government must establish comprehensive training for the company related to CE implementation. And companies also must integrate CE issues with their business model. It is important because the integration will unlock the opportunities to develop a strategic collaboration with partners along the supply chain due to the increase of transfer knowledge among the companies or related partners such as social institution. And it will allow the company to innovate and develop new products using used product or remaining materials by integrating CE thinking along with the processes. And also it is essential for the company to cooperate with partners to improve economic and environmental performance. With the experts to have solid strategies, and it may help the government